TikTok, and I think I'm just gonna have to play the clip because there's really no way for me to explain what he said. So just listen to this clip. I know the audio is a little bit low, but let's just get into the clip. All right, let's go.
That 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
You hear what he said? I know it's low. He said 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
Percent of Jesus's life, he was out of order. "85% of his life, he was doing what he was not called to do." God, y'all done got quiet.
85% of his life, Jesus was doing what he was not called to do. Go on.
For 85% of his life, he was not flowing in his God-given function. 85% of his life, he is doing what his natural father wanted. But it did not line up with his divine DNA. For 85% of his life, and he's anointed, he's called, he's chosen, and he's wrong.
He said for 85% of his life, talking about Jesus, for 85% of Jesus's life.
Grandpa, when I found the bird, I prayed. God.
Pastor Jamal Bryant said that Jesus was wrong.
Sammy.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fucking where my mask at. The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. on me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. What's going on? Happy Sunday morning to everybody, man. Glad to see everybody in the building. Shout out to y'all, man. Let's get right to it, man. We got a lot of work to do, y'all. Got a lot of work to do today. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Brother Eric, better known as 16 of Life. Give us music. Shout out to him. Go over there and check him out if you get a chance, man. Funny cat. Good dude, man. Just good-hearted dude, man. Good brother. Go on there and check him out at 16 of Life, the YouTube page, man. Blowing up, man. Whew. Growing like a weed, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. Deserves it, man. Deserves it. All right, that's Brother Eric. I'm gonna pull him down. How is everyone today, man? I hope you guys are doing well. Hope everybody's family is doing well. And I hope all your dreams are you either in pursuit of your dreams or they already been achieved. All right, we had a little emergency, y'all, because Sister Annie was blocked out some kind of way. And I don't know how that happened, man. I didn't do it. So I don't know how that happened. So, I don't know if moderators can block each other. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe something happened where maybe I did something in some kind of way she got blocked. I don't know. It definitely wasn't intentional. I don't know what happened. But anyway, I think we got Sister Annie back on the right track, man. She's back. She's in the house, y'all. She's in the house. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have her in the building. Who else is in the building? Brother Von Bryant. Brother Von Bryant's in the building. Shout out to Brother Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building. My brother. Who else is in the building? Risa Neal's in the building. Our resident sniper, man. You gotta have that. You gotta have that enforcer out there, man. Somebody that keep the trolls away. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else in the building? God, y'all, man, we got a lot of work to get to. We got a lot of stuff to get to, man. I don't want to be here too long, right? Who else in the building? Brother Von Eric says, blessings all. Salam alaikum, sir. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Walaikum salam, sir. Thank you, brother, for that greeting. I appreciate you, brother. Who else in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to be acknowledged. Shout out to everybody. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. That's everybody who wants to be acknowledged. So everybody else probably is in the bushes, or they on their way, or they at church or whatever. So shout out to them, man. Anyway, we're gonna get started, y'all. We're gonna get started, man. Man, it's like we got so much to get to, y'all. We got so much to get to, and we got to get to this Jamal Bryant thing, and then I got to get to that Adam22 situation, man, because that thing is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You know, it's like, how much money can you make? But like they say, the old saying, man, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? How do you win in that one, right? So we're gonna try to get over there and talk about this. This Jamal Bryant thing looks like it's gonna be a knee slapper. So we gotta do it. But before that, y'all know this is the Sunday show, and we do a lot of different stuff in between time. So let's get started, y'all. Let's get started. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this. There we go. That's what we want to talk about. All right, let's do that. Okay. This is from a content creator called Black T Blog. Black T Blog. If you get a chance, go over there and check her out. And she has got this information, man. So this is off of her channel. Go and check her out at Black T Blog.
Hey, you guys, and welcome back to Black Tea. It's your girl, Ebony. All right, you guys, we do have some breaking news. It is actually very positive. You guys know the missing Black woman, Carly, who was missing after seeing a toddler on the freeway, has now been found alive, and she is currently being taken to the hospital. Now, the hospital or the police have not given us any type of details about this situation. Again, you guys remember she was traveling on the freeway where she said she saw a toddler walking. Now, she did call 911. However, when the police did arrive, she was nowhere to be found. A lot of her stuff was still in her car, leading people to believe the worst. Well, earlier tonight, she was found alive. Again, we are waiting on more details, but I'll keep you guys posted as soon as they come. Let me know what you guys think about this down below. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I love you guys so much, and we'll talk very soon. Bye, guys.
All right, y'all. That was a sister that was on the side of the road. She found the baby walking and then she called the cops, and then they couldn't find her or the baby, I guess. And so we got to find out what happened. So I guess they still talking to her. But yeah, man, that's a trip how you as a college student, you can just go missing, or you as a female, you can just go missing, right? You just go missing for a couple of days, right? But I guess people do that all the time, man. But anyway, yeah. So we're gonna watch out for more details about that. Y'all women got to be careful out there, man. Y'all got to be careful out there, man, because this dude's out there, man, that will scoop you up in a heartbeat, right? Especially if you not really what's the word I want to use? They can see that you're not very alert, watching for stuff like that. So be careful out there, man. All of us really, as men and women, we got to be careful, but especially you females, man, man, because there's guys out there looking crazy, man. You know what I mean? One time I was going down this, y'all know I work in LA, right? I work in the hood. So I was out here in Compton, right, at an apartment building. And, so after I got done working down there in this apartment building, I said, I was about to go down the staircase. I came up through the elevator, but I only went to the second floor, right? So I was like, it was like really my first time going to this particular building. So, but I took the elevator up because I didn't really know my way around. But when I was going out, I saw they had a staircase leading straight out, right? It was one flight down, straight out. I would go straight out. So I was about to go down through the staircase. And so this sister came in front of me. The sister was happened to be walking on different sides of the building, and then she kind of cut in front of me to go down those stairs, right? And so, I let her go down the stairs. There was no problem. And so as she was going down the stairs, there was a dude like off in the corner that she couldn't see, and he rolled out after she started going down the stairs. I saw, I was about to walk in that staircase too, and then in that little tunnel, and I saw him step out. So I said, "Ooh," I said, "Maybe I'll take the elevator, right?" So I went back and took the elevator, and I said, and he was like a nefarious. Shout out to Patrice. He was a nefarious looking character, right? So I said, let me let this dude go and handle his business, right? So when I got downstairs, I saw the sister in her, before I got in my truck, I saw the sister. She was parked right behind me, and she was getting something out of her car. I said, "Hey, sis, I would take the elevator if I was you. I wouldn't go back up through that staircase. There's a dude there, and he wasn't looking too, he wasn't looking too cool. He didn't look like he was having good thoughts on his mind. So, so I told her about that situation, right? But she wasn't even paying attention, right? She walked right. If he probably hadn't heard me walking or whatever, he could have just jumped on her. He could have just grabbed her right there, right? A little staircase, they had a little staircase. You got to walk into, like it's off from the main building. It's like a little, you got to open up a door, and then that's the staircase. That's what it was, but the door was cracked open. It was cracked a little bit, so you didn't have to open it. You could just walk in there, right? And so that's what happened. She walked down there, and this dude come out of the corner from nowhere. She didn't even see the dude. She was walking so fast. She didn't even see the dude. And the dude came out, man, looked like, yeah, I'm going to get her on the way back, right? I mean, just a nefarious looking character, right? So I said, nah. So that's why I do pop out. He didn't see me pop out, but he didn't see me walk up. But when I actually got to the staircase, he noticed me, right? When I was like about to walk in there, he noticed me, and he looked, and then I looked at him. I said, "What's up, man?" He said, "Hey, what's up?" And I said, let me go on over, take the elevator, right? I don't want to send this cat to the morgue for something stupid, right? So let me just go and take the elevator, right? So I took the elevator. But the point is, we got to have our eyes open. We got to have our eyes open to see stuff, to see the unseen, right? There's going to be some, that's the word of the day. This is nefarious, right? Thank you for spelling it for us. I don't know if Patrice can spell it. She probably can. She probably can spell it backwards. But nefarious, yeah, that's going to be our word for the day. Yeah, man. Thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. Man, but Sister Annie's back in business, man. She making up for lost time. Holy smokes. Shout out to Sister Annie. I may have to give her a super, what do we say at the end? I'm drawing a blank, man. Solid, super solid performance. Very solid, super solid. Very solid performance. I might have to give her a super solid performance, man, because she's already, Sister Annie coming out the gate, man. She hitting the ground running, man. Shout out to her. Oh man. Yeah, so we got to keep our eyes open, y'all. And I remember this show they used to show. There used to be a show called Kung Fu. I don't know if you remember that, in the 70s, starring David Carradine, man. It was supposed to be Bruce Lee, right? But what they tell Bruce Lee, they said, "You too Chinese looking." They said, "You too Asian." The thing was written for Bruce Lee, right? But the producers of it at NBC said, nah, G, you too Asian. You too Asian. We need somebody that's not as Asian, right? We need somebody that's Asianist. So they went and got David Carradine, right? But David Carradine did a good job, man. It was no love lost between Bruce Lee and David Carradine. Bruce Lee, I probably sure had heard that a billion times already, before, right? Anyway, in that show, Kung Fu, there was always telling different morals. See, we don't have shows like that, man, where they teach different moral issues, or they present moral dilemmas. Shout out to Patrice. Glad to have you in the building, sis. They would teach moral dilemmas, right? They would show how to get out of these moral dilemmas, man. But one of the things that what happened one day was Kung Fu, the main character, was a kid, right? He was always having these flashbacks when he was a kid, and he was at the monastery. So anyway, he was in the monastery. Him and this other dude, they had sent these two dudes to the market to go get some vegetables or whatever, to or sell whatever they're supposed to sell, and then bring the money back, right? So anyway, on the way back, they got jumped by an old man. Asked them to, hey, come into the bush. I got something to show you, right? I got something to show you. So you girls got to watch out for that, right? Hey, Patrice, come in these bushes. I got something to show you. Sister, I got something to show you in these bushes, right? you got to keep your eye open, right? So anyway, these dudes, this old man told Kung Fu and the dude that was with him, hey, I got something to show you guys. It's a special magic trick. Come on over into the bushes, right? So they go into the bushes, right? And the old man wasn't even an old man. He was dressed like an old man, and he just jumped them and took their money, took all their stuff, and so they go back to the monastery, right? And the dude said, hey, where's the money? They say, hey, we got jumped on the way. And so one of the head monk was like, okay. He looked at the other dude. He said, what did you learn from this experience, right? And the other one said, never trust anybody, right? And he looked at Kung Fu. He said, what did you learn from this experience? He said, expect the unexpected. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Expect the unexpected. That's what I've always taught my boys. I always say, expect the unexpected, right? Even when you're driving, expect the unexpected, right? You got to expect the unexpected, because you never know. You got to expect, what would I do if somebody came driving down the wrong side of the street? What would I do, right? Well, what would I do if this happened? What would I do if that happened? I told y'all, man, me and my wife know, man, get a seat on the edge, because she know me. Get a seat right by the exit. Some pop off in here, pew, won't be out of there, right? But my point was, with the Kung Fu situation, right? The dude that said, never trust anybody, right? I mean, the dude was probably only about 10, 11 years old, man. They threw him out, man. They got rid of him. They said, man, we got to get rid of this dude. The Kung Fu was like, why you get rid of him, man? Why you get rid of him? I was with him when we got robbed. We got robbed together. He said, sometimes you got to pluck. When you see a rotten fruit, you got to pluck it out. He said, the answer he gave me to that question, I knew he wasn't for this game. And let's get him out now before he grows up and he infects the whole mind. Basically, I'm paraphrasing what he was telling them. He was like, this dude ain't fit to do this kind of work. With an attitude like that, he ain't fit to do this. Are you fit to do what you're doing? Are you fit to teach your children? Are you fit? Let's get fit. If we're not fit, let's get fit, right? Shout out to Don Harden. Glad to have you in the building. I did see Don Harden in there with being able to maneuver around. So shout out to Don Harden, man, because I was like, man, I was like, did Don Harden get blocked? No, she didn't. She's a moderator, so she should be okay. Anyway, shout out to Don Harden. No, glad to have you in the building, sis. Risa said, abort mission, no lie. They got rid of him, Risa. They just said, hey, the monks, and so so Kung Fu was like, hey, wait a minute, how come you getting rid of him? He said, I was with him. How come you ain't getting rid of me too? And he couldn't understand that. The dude was saying, hey, man, sometimes we got to see that fruit's rotten. We got to get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? And his position was that we can't trust nobody. That's not where we coming from. That's not. So he could see, he said that this dude is not, he not for this. That's the thing. I'm not sitting on my back to the door unless a man is at the table. I agree. And a trustworthy man at that, right? Well, I know that's what you mean inherently, Sister Annie, but I'm saying that for the other sisters that might be not hearing you all the way, right? Because I know Sister Annie, man, she's the type of woman that wouldn't sit with no man that wasn't trustworthy. Most of the sisters that we got here wouldn't do that, right? Risa said, I said it before, I do not sit with my back to the door just in case. Yeah, you never know. You never know what's going to happen out here. You never know. And some of these men, man, they so they so hurt, man. I was watching something with a dude, and that's why I'm gonna get to this Adam22 situation, man, where this dude finds out that his wife is cheating on him, and instead of saying to the girl, peace to the east, he's like questioning her and questioning the dude. Just stupid stuff, man. You gonna question the dude don't got nothing to do with it. And a dude will smash your wife. If she offer, he gonna smash her. All she gotta say, oh, we not together now. Right? Just give him a good reason why he don't have to feel bad about smashing some other dude's wife. And some of these sisters will do it. Right? Just like the brothers, man. They'll be like, oh no, we not together now. Yeah, but he mean we're not together at this point in time, this position in time right now. I'm going home and I will be there with her, right? I'm just not with her right now because I'm with you. But we gotta look out, man. We gotta look out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened to the sister. Hopefully this sister, she wasn't damaged in any way, or she wasn't threatened or she wasn't hurt in any way, man. She went to the hospital. So more news is going to come out about that. But go check out what Sister Andy put out there. You can see more information about this sister. Okay, we got to get moving, y'all. Got to get moving. What we going to do now? We're going to go to the hit parade. We're going to do the hit parade. Let's see. Here we go. Hit parade. Let's see. Let's move on. Got another one for y'all, man. We got to watch this stuff. Let's see. Oh man, this is a bad one, man. This is a bad story right here, man. Holy smokes. Yeah, I know these migrants. Well, let me read it. Let me read the article. What happened to migrants in police stations? Volunteers demand answers after cops accused of sexual misconduct. It's been a week since a city oversight agency launched an investigation into allegations West Side cops engaged in improper sex relations with migrants. Since then, there's been silence from agencies involved. Right? Chicago, this is in Chicago. Organizers working with migrants are demanding updates on the city's investigation and allegations of sex misconduct by police officers working at a West Side police station. It's been a week since Civilian Office of Police Accountability, the city's oversight agency, launched an investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct by Odin 10th District police officers. The police department's Bureau of Internal Affairs also opened an investigation on the matter. The Sun-Times reported one officer was accused of impregnating a teenage girl who had been living in the station, while other officers are accused of improper sexual relations with migrants there. Holy smokes. Let me read that again. The Sun-Times reported one officer is accused of impregnating. I mean, impregnating the old-fashioned way, right? not the what do you call that? The Immaculate Conception way, right? This is the old-fashioned way. Yikes! A teenage girl who had been living in the station. Oh man, it's terrible. While other officers are accused of improper sexual relations with migrants there. Details surrounding the potential victims or potential officers accused and the specifics of the allegation remain unknown. Mayor Brandon Johnson's office has remained silent on the issue, with multiple requests for comment going unanswered. Older people have said they don't have updates on investigation and additional information and accusation. Now, this dude, Mayor Brandon Johnson, was tearing Lori Lightfoot up, right? The previous mayor. He was tearing her up. He was saying, oh man, she got so much nonsense going on, right? Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I think he ain't even 6 months in, is he? Holy smokes. You already got an impregnated teenage migrant girl. Ay. Alderman Mike Rodriguez, 22nd District, whose Little Village ward is in the 10th jurisdiction said he had no updates but is counting on civilian officer police accountability to conduct a holistic and expedited investigation. Alderman Andre Vasquez in the 40th District, who chairs the City Council's Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, didn't respond to requests for comment on the matter. The Little Village Community Council held a protest outside the Civilian Officer Police Accountability Westtown office Wednesday morning, demanding transparency in the investigation of the officials released names of officers. They said, holy smokes. Let's see, anything else noteworthy down here? Let's see. Enriquez, have they gone to districts in asylum to see if they have happened, what happened in those districts? COPA said that the investigators are, but we've talked to asylum seekers at other police stations. They said we haven't spoken to anybody. Enriquez said that the community should be more involved, especially in forming policies to ensure migrants aren't abused and mistreated as people continue to sleep on police station floors. Yikes. 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 This dude, Enriquez Baltazar Enriquez, president of the Little Village Community Council. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is an ugly, ugly, ugly situation. Ugly, ugly, ugly situation, man. Oh, look at them, man. They all sleeping on. Oh, my God, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. Migrants who remain in the police stations continue to sleep on floors and outside the building while volunteers and police commanders try to accommodate them with air mattresses and supplies. The other issue we're having is that keeping the buses with people coming into Chicago, and if the police station is already full, some of them are directly to a shelter, is already full. Some of them are going directly to a shelter once they arrive, with others that have been waiting don't. The volunteer said. There's no rhyme or reason why some people go and some people don't. They said in the Ish show, to be honest. I bet. I mean, I don't think the police department is set up for taking immigrants in, right? I don't think that's what they're supposed. That's not their job, right? Holy smokes. It's gonna be ugly, man. It's an ugly situation, y'all. Ugly situation. All right, y'all. So let's check it out. So let's see. Like, we got to be. This is a very ugly situation, man. Ugly situation. But why are you bringing this up, Clarence? Because you never know. You never know what's going on. And some people out here are so sick. They're so sick they'll take advantage of anybody just because the opportunity presented itself, right? Some people, they just gonna do it just because the opportunity is there, right? That's how animals think. That's how animals think. Animals think like that. Like, hey, the rabbit is here. I may not be hungry right this second, but I know I'm be glad I ate him later. So let me just eat him now, right? That's what the lion tells itself when you see that rabbit running across the, you know what I'm saying? You see him running across the prairie, right? Recently, so he claims cheating now. I thought it was money thing when she does a man, not a girl, she's cheating. What are you talking about, Risa? Man. Oh, Jamal Bryant. Well, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. Oh, we're talking about Adam22. Yeah. Well, I don't think I don't think he looks at it like cheating. You talking about Adam22, Risa? Okay, I don't think he thinks that that's cheating. I think, see, like I was telling Patrice earlier, I think they've been living this kind of lifestyle where they've been, having swinger lifestyle. They've been living this swinger lifestyle. I have never seen the swinger lifestyle end well. I have never seen it end well. I've never heard nobody say, yeah, I lived the swinger lifestyle and it ended on a good note. I never seen that happen, right? I never seen that happen, right? Because you mix in some things that pretty much shouldn't be mixed, right? Emotions, sex, and then sex with other people. Those are three things that shouldn't be in the same pot. being spoiled around, right? In my opinion, right? So then you always gonna get a dirty soup. You're never gonna get a clean soup, a good soup to eat, because you're mixing stuff that shouldn't be mixed in there, in my opinion. But some people are willing to try it. Hey, more power to you. I don't never see it. I don't never see it turning out right. Let's see. Yeah. Patrice, this was in Chicago. This is in Chicago where they got, I guess out there in the 10th district, they got people sleeping in the police stations. These migrants coming in from buses down in Texas. They got them coming up to Chicago, and then they, I believe they're Mexican migrants, and they coming in from, I believe they busting them in from Texas. You know, Texas sending them all over the place. They send them out here to L.A. They send them up to Chicago. They send them to Utah. They send them to New York. They send them everywhere, man. The Texas like we put them on a bus and send them to y'all. Everybody that say they liberal, here you go, right? You say you liberal, you say you for all this immigration, here you go. So that's what the governor of Texas is doing, man. He's like, hey, man, let me get these people up out of here, right? Don Hardy said only 183 subscribers to read to 1,000. Oh, thank you, Don. Appreciate you. Yeah, we trying, man. We trying to give them good content like this, man. We try to give them good stuff. But yeah, man. So why did I bring this up, right? Because most of us are not migrants, right? So I brought this up to say, hey, man, this stuff can happen anywhere, right? You see, this little girl got impregnated by a police officer. A police officer. Yikes. That is not good. That is not good. So usually we got some of these people on the police force that are not wrapped all the way tight, right? They was able to get past the police psychological exam. They was get past the interview. They was able to get past the academy. They was able to get past all of that, right? And still, man, got some issues, man. Got some issues. What's going on, Diamond X? Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man. It's a Sunday show, so I'm not going to be opening things up for probably about another hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. So if you're still around, man, we'd love to have you join us today, brother. Let's see. Risa said they told him in the 70s busing was no good, right? Well, I think Risa, this dude the dude that's in Texas, you know, he's like, hey, okay, all of y'all the liberal states, okay, here you go. Here you go. We're gonna get rid of them. Here you go. Right? You say you for all of this liberalism and all this homelessness and all these people, not the homeless. You know, they don't even call them homeless in California anymore. You know what they call them? They call them not homeless, unhoused. That's what they call them, unhoused. They don't call them homeless anymore. When Karen Bass got in office, they stopped calling them homeless. They call them unhoused people, right? That way, you can't say that she didn't do nothing about the homeless problem because we ain't even saying the word homeless no more. We're saying unhoused, right? Oh, man. The word games and the mind games they play on us, man, is a trip. Anyway, y'all, be careful out there, right? Even these police officers ain't wrapped too tight. Right now, they're doing an investigation of the sheriff department, right, in the Los Diablos, where it was a gang that the sheriffs had. It was a gang in the sheriffs where they was like, they was willing to do whatever, right? They was principally like, go look at Denzel Washington Training Day. That was basically the Los Diablos, right? That was basically Los Diablos, right? Where they was willing to do whatever. They was taking these drug dealers' money. They was taking they were doing whatever they wanted to do with them, man, with these people, man. So, in their little districts, and they had to get a little tattoo on them or whatever. I forgot, of a devil or something they had to get on them, man. But they was doing their thing, man. So anyway, they was gone. They had they had done this stuff and tainted so many investigations, man. That's why Freeway Ricky Ross got out of jail, because of the tainted work of some of these detectives and some of these LAPD officers, right? And so now we coming back around again with the Los Diablos. But anyway, y'all be careful out there. Y'all be careful out there. Okay, we got to go, man. We got to keep going. We already at 39 minutes. We got to keep going. Okay, now what we're going to do now is we're going to get into what are we doing? What are we doing, y'all? Oh. Now, see, here's another thing, man. Here's another thing. So I'm always talking to y'all about black boys, right? Black boys and how they're getting destroyed in the school system, right? The American school system is like, it's a death camp for black boys in their mental abilities, man. They just destroy them, right? And Clarence, it's not on purpose. I don't know if it's not on purpose. I just know it's happening. I'm not worried about whose fault or whatever. I just see it happening, and there's something needs to be done about it, right? Something needs to be done about it. So that's all I'm saying. We can't keep going on acting like this stuff ain't happening, right? Black boys are they under attack. They under attack. Black boys are, and I showed you guys the government numbers. Black boys come in last in standardized testing in mathematics. They come in last in standardized testing in science. And they come in just about last in almost every other subject, right? But those are two very important subjects. You cannot build a nation without mathematics and science. You cannot. You cannot. You're going to have to always be at the behest of whoever has the better mathematics and better science than you, right? So we need to focus on education and focus on teaching our young men how to be scientific. Now, our women, I don't think our young girls, maybe they need to be encouraged too, but I don't think they're in such as bad a situation as the young men. The young men are in a horrible situation, right? So we're gonna look at this thing about the Detroit school system.
Detroit public school students in the national spotlight.
A Detroit school board member was one of the guests on Fox News, and the interview didn't show the city in the best light either. Fox 2's Taryn Asher joining us now in the newsroom. Taryn.
The whole interview lasted about 5 minutes, but the only person who seemed to get their point across was Fox News anchor Shepard Smith.
The interview was supposed to be about, what needs to happen in order to move the education dial in Detroit for Detroit kids.
Instead, she says the interview on today's edition of Studio B with Fox News Channel's Shepard Smith just gave Detroit another black eye. Charlonda Buckman, the executive director of Detroit Parent Network, was invited on for her reaction to the record low test scores of Detroit public school students. She's so upset she wants some teachers and administrators jailed.
You said jail, though, right?
We said jail. There are some people that need to go to jail.
As soon as Detroit school board member Tyrone Winfrey was given a chance to defend the district, the discussion became heated, and they both say Shepard Smith crossed the line.
Sir,
with great respect, instead of going to jail,
one moment, please.
Instead of going to jail, let's wrap ourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's unacceptable,
if the classroom's anything like this, I know exactly what's wrong in Detroit.
And then
to hear that 69% of the kids who took the test scored as if they just guessed on everyone. And you're talking about adequate advancement. I don't care. If my kid were in Detroit, I'd try to burn the place down.
Well, we don't want to burn it down yet. My thing is
69% of the kids don't know what they're doing in Detroit. That's just Detroit. I showed you guys, I've already showed you guys the government, the nationwide test where black boys in particular have the lowest test scores in math and science. I already showed you guys that multiple times, right? What are we going to do, y'all? How many times are we going to go back to white America and ask them to some kind of way do something for our children that we won't even do for ourselves? What is it going to take? But I'm paying taxes, Clarence. I know you're paying taxes. But obviously that's not working. Obviously, that's not working. Us letting other people teach our children. Why do you think the Jews have their own schools? Because they looked at us and they said, damn, they inside out and upside down. And they let white folks teach their kids. What's going to happen? If they ain't teaching them the right stuff, we got to get more involved in these school systems, right? But we not, right? We too busy on social media, right? We too busy trying to hook up with people, right? We busy on social media. We ain't got time to go to these PTA meetings. We ain't got time to go to these school board meetings. We ain't got time to go to these local elections, vote in these local elections, particularly talking about the men. I know I'm going to clean the house out now when I start talking about stuff we need to do. People will come back after I'm done talking about that, right? Nobody wants to take no responsibility. Not nobody, excuse me. Many of our black men don't want to take responsibility for these things and say to ourselves, hey man, we gotta step up our game, right? Diamond X said there was a scandal in Detroit where millions of dollars came up missing school board, how to access, and they stabilized money. They stole that money. Yeah, I saw that. It was an episode on American Greed where this dude was selling them. Well, this is one issue. This dude was selling them books, and he was selling them books, and he was overcharging the district for the books, and he was splitting the money with the head person, right? And the head person was splitting it with some of his other cohorts. But I mean, they were overcharging the district for books, and they weren't even getting the books. I saw that. Diamond X said, black people are the problem in Detroit. They are the ones running Detroit. Well, you could say that as well, but they're running Detroit like they're running it like, I mean, what's the difference? If it's black people are the problem, then why don't we get those black people out and get some new black people in, right? Right? When white people have an issue and they have a white person that's not running the city right, they get rid of that white person, put a new white person in there, put a white person in there that's gonna do what they need them to do, right? Why don't we do the same thing? See, but is the reason why. You're right, Diamond X, but why can't we get rid of these people? It's because the men are not involved in the city politics. You're not involved in the school politics. You're not involved in politically, period. Women are 5-to-1 more involved in politics than men as far as going to the ballot box, right? What are we doing? You know what we're doing? We going on social media, trying to get attention, trying to get views, trying to get likes, and we trying to get clout. And our children are dying in the streets. They suffering. We blaming it on the school system, but we ain't involved, right? We ain't involved with it and trying to make it work, trying to make it better. That's what we should be spending most of our time in. But what are most of us doing? I'm talking about the men. What are most of us doing? We surfing Bumble. We trying to have sex because we think that means something for us to have sex with a whole bunch of different women. Shout out to Fresh and Fit. We think that means something. I'm somebody, right? Because Fresh Fit said, hey, man, if you ain't had sex with 30 women, you can't even talk to me. Well, who would want to talk? Why do we need to even talk to you? Who are you to talk to? You ain't even nobody to talk to. Right? You're just a snake oil salesman. What's a snake oil salesman, Clarence? That's somebody from the past, man, where they used to say, hey, this tonic will fix anything you got. All they did was put 75% water, 25% alcohol, shake it up, and give it to the people and tell them, and they felt better. But the problem never went away. You just felt better because it had alcohol in it. A snake salesman. Black boys are in trouble. Excuse me, take that back. They're in crisis. They're not in trouble. They're in crisis. It's a crisis point. Black boys need black men to step in there. Now, like yesterday. And and see, most of the time when it comes to people from outside the community, they're only going to step in when there's a financial gain involved. If there's not a financial gain involved with it, they're not going to step in there. Right? It ain't worth it for them. Right? Man, I'm telling you, you can pull black people out of the quicksand, and they will bite your hand off after they get out of quicksand. You're like, damn, I'm the one that pulled you out. They'll be like, so what? Because we so crazy. It's hard to work with us. It's hard to work for us. It's hard to work for us being black. White people, you think you got a problem working with us? You ain't seen nothing, man. Be black and work for us. We will rip your behind up. We got a lot of different issues. So you got to be kind of weird to want to work for black people, man, because black people, man, they're going to bite you if they get close enough to you, man. Even if you're pulling them out of the river, they're going to bite you. You got to know that. You got to know that, right? But some of us, man, we just got a weird love for black people, man. We want to help them so bad. We willing to risk our own safety sometimes just to get up next to them and try to talk to them. But black boys, man, they're in trouble. Excuse me. See, I don't want to say they're in trouble because that minimizes the situation. They are in critical crisis. Black boys, I'm telling you, every kind of way, and it always starts where? The third grade. The third grade, that's where they start identifying them, classing them, and either kicking them out of the classroom or making it so rough for them to expose this masculinity that they got developing in them, because young black boys develop masculinity a lot faster, right? In my opinion. So when they start trying to express this masculinity in the third grade, second grade, first grade, even sometimes, most of these female teachers take it as, especially the woke ones, they take it as, oh no, you ain't gonna disrespect me in my own classroom by asking questions, right? And they turn these young black men off. They turn these young boys off. They don't even want to be in a classroom no more because they look at the classroom as a place where they're going to have to follow rules of thought that they don't want to follow rules of thought like that. They need a special way to achieve that, to get them to follow those kind of rules of thinking so they can do better on these standardized tests. They can do better in life, right? Standardized tests don't mean necessarily you're going to do bad in life, but it's a contributing factor, man. It can kind of give us an idea of what's going on, especially with mathematics and science. That's clear as day. There ain't no opinions in mathematics. There ain't no opinions in science. Either the numbers are right or the numbers are wrong, right? So come on, y'all. I'm imploring black men, please get back into your children's life. Well, Clarence, I'm in another state. I don't care you in another state. You think your kid cares you in another state? We got all this technology where you can talk to all of your kids, man. I'm on StreamYard right now. You can use a free version, man, and talk to all of your kids one in Texas, one in Atlanta, one in LA. You could talk to audio kids. Dwight Howard, Nick Cannon. You can talk to audio kids. Future, you talk to audio children. Just on StreamYard, right? Well, at least 10, at least 9 of them, right? Got more than 9, you got to make 2 StreamYard calls, right? But what's the point? The point is, man, we got to get back into these kids' lives, man. These kids are dying in the street. Oh Lord, here we go. Here we go, y'all. Y'all want to talk to somebody? Y'all want to talk to somebody? Let's talk to somebody.
What's up, old Negro? Sorry.
Wrinkly, what's going on, man?
Better late than never.
Where you been, man?
Mama had me in the fields.
Okay, all right.
Mama had me in the fields today.
I can understand that, man. I can understand that. I told you, man. I work for the white man now, man. He's always looking out them blinds at me like, what you doing, Clarence?
Mama said, I'll let your ass off early, but you gonna work.
Okay, all right. I
let you
figured
off
that,
a little
man.
bit early, but your ass gonna work. I'm like, Lord, I don't even get Sunday off. I don't even get Sunday off for church.
All right, Rico, I got to ask you a question, man.
Yes, sir.
The congregation wants to know, man, have you been being good, man? Have you been good? Have you been being good? Have you been staying off of these platforms, these passport bros' heads, man? You staying off their heads, or are you still on their heads, man?
I'm on their head with the left foot in their ass. But they need it. They need it. They glutton for punishment.
Yeah, man. Somebody got to tell the truth about that situation, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
All right, man. We closing up on the black boys, man. We closing up on them, and we gonna just
I came in here to hear about Von's cousin Jamal.
We gonna get to that, man. We gonna get to that. Von's cousin Jamal is tripping, man.
Yeah,
He tripping.
I heard he be an active fool.
Church going crazy, man.
Who got pregnant now?
I don't know if he got anybody pregnant yet. I don't know, but this ain't got nothing to do with no pregnancies, man. This is just this is straight blasphemy. Blasphemy, man.
You know he believe in them outside babies.
Yeah, I know. I was having a discussion this morning about that, man, where he don't mind spreading his seed around.
Nope.
What do you call that? He don't mind being fruitful and multiplying. Not at all.
No.
He just ain't multiplying with who he's supposed to multiply with, but
that part.
All right, Rico, we done with that. We done with the black boys, man. We're gonna go and move on into the Black History Minute, man.
Let me ask you guys: was that young sister in Alabama found?
Yeah,
I heard they did found her. Okay.
Yeah, man. She came walking in the front door of her house, man, with her mom's house. So
she was found. That's all that matters.
Yeah, she was found. So then we're gonna find out. We're gonna get more information. I did a little bit about that earlier. We'll get some more information about that.
She was found and okay.
Yeah, she was definitely found, and apparently she's okay. So that's good. That's good news.
Good.
All right, let's move on to the Black History Minute, Rico. Let's see. Let's do this, this, and this, and this. Okay, brother. Do you know who Ida B. Wells is?
Yes, I do. She was the newspaper reporter?
Yeah, I think she started a newspaper, but let's read about it. Let's read about it real quick. This is Ida B. Wells, and I get all this stuff from blackhistory.today. So if you guys want to go over there and check out all of the people they have a multitude of people, man. But shout out to Black History Today. Anyway, going over there and check them out. Ida B. Wells Barnett was born into slavery on July 16, 1862 in Holly Springs, Mississippi. Wells was a noted civil rights leader, journalist, newspaper editor, and a suffragist. She recorded lynching of blacks in America and was the leader of the anti-lynching crusade in the United States. She perhaps did more to publicize the horrors of lynching nationally and internationally than any other person in the 19th and 20th centuries. Her speeches and writings that illustrated the racial truth behind lynchings recruited supporters from around the world to champion its end. Ironically, on May 4th, 1884, 71 years before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, a young Wells would not give up her seat on a train ride from Memphis to Woodstock, Tennessee, when a conductor with the railway demanded she move from the first class ladies' car into the smoking car. She was dragged out of the car by the conductor and two other men. Come on, gal. Wells sued the Chesapeake, Ohio, and Southwestern Railway and was awarded $500 for by the local circuit court. The Tennessee Supreme Court reversed lower court's decision, and the incident was an indication of the spirit of racial dignity that would be demanded by Wells for herself and all African Americans for the remainder of her life. She died on March 25th, 1931 in Chicago, Illinois at the age of 68. All right, y'all, that was Ida B. Wells, but don't take our word for it. Dig that. Go check it out for yourself. Okay, that's your Black History Minute. I'm not going to do the jobs this week, y'all. I got to hit the jobs next week. I'll give y'all something for the jobs next week. But that's your Black History Minute. Dig that. Why you do the Black History Minute, Clarence? Because you need to know. You need to know. What is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, I'm about to say, what is that? Okay, there we go. Something had popped on, man. Okay. All right. Anyway, y'all need to know, man, about y'all's history, man. And those of y'all that's not Black, you still need to know about what's going on with our history, right?
Yeah. Well, Black history is American history.
Black history is American history, but you know, in Texas and in Florida, man, they're saying it's not.
Yeah, I know.
I know. If you want to talk about Black history, you woke, right?
It is American history,
which is a euphemism and a code word for them to say, "Uh-oh, this person, we got to stomp them out because they talk about Black history, right? They're teaching our kids, and our kids are asking us questions we don't want to answer, and so we don't give them honest answers about. So therefore, we got to stop that." All right, y'all. Now we have come to the what do they call that? Rico, what do they call that? Or Vaughn, both of you guys are men of the world. What do they call that? The coup de grace. That's it.
The coup de grace.
The coup de grace, right? We're gonna come to the coup de grace. Now we're gonna start talking about Mr. Jamal Bryant. And I think, Rico, can you read Vaughn's little thing down there that he got down there?
Vaughn Bryant, I think it says close relation to Jamal. Looks like it says close relation to Jamal. Is that right, Vaughn?
It says no relation to Jamal. Wow. Greetings.
I think Vaughn was trying to tell everybody something, man.
Yeah.
I was like, man, Vaughn,
I'm gonna leave that up there for a while.
He's trying to make something clear.
I said, Vaughn, man, next time you at the barbecue, man, you just tell Brother Jamal, hey, bro, what's going on? Vaughn said, I'm not at those barbecues, Clarence. I'm not there.
No, man.
All right, y'all. This is a brother, man. Let me see. I forget this brother's name, man. Nick Jones. This is a brother named Nick Jones, man, and he's discussing Pastor Jamal Bryant's says that Jesus was off the mark, man. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do most of his life, but he got it right in the last three, right?
Wow.
Okay, let's listen to it. Yeah.
Really no way for me to explain what he said. So just listen to this clip. I know the audio is a little bit low, but let's just get into the clip. All right, let's go.
That 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
You hear what he said? I know it's low. He said 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
Percent of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
Shout out to Tom Frank.
85% of his life, he was doing what he was not called to do. God, y'all done got quiet.
85.
All right, let's start the conversation off. They said 85% of Pastor said 85% of Jesus' life was spent chilling. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, man. Does anybody agree with that here?
I definitely don't agree with that. You know, I'm with that pastor that's over there that made the comment where he said, no, 100% of what you said was out of order. You know, and yeah, you know, because I don't know, man, but you know, it's like a lot of times we get up here and we try to use this shock therapy, you know, or shock, you know, that whole thing of shocking people in order to gain their attention, you know, when actually it only leads to confusion. You see what I'm saying? Now what sense does that make that he said that 80% of his life he was doing contrary to what God sent him here to do?
Vaughn, 85%, Vaughn.
80, 85%, 2%, 3%, whatever percentage you want to put on it. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everything about that makes no sense to me.
It just makes absolutely no sense.
I would like to hear a little bit more of what does he think Jesus was doing that 85%. And then two, I'm like, but you're a pastor. You're a man who's supposedly spend your life following the teachings of this man that was only 15% correct according to you. So how do you dedicate your life to someone who was correct only 15% of the time?
Wow.
I don't know if you guys heard that.
I'm asking about him. I'm like, okay, forget the congregation. You're the pastor who follows the teachings of Jesus, and you say he was only correct 15% of the time.
Correct.
What fucking kind of sense does that make? And then why would I follow you?
Hey, would you do that in any other?
Who believe that it's a wise thing to follow somebody that's correct 15% of the time?
Would you do that in any other industry? Would you do that in any other time?
Wow.
Like you had a money manager, and he said, I'm right 15% of the time, right?
Right.
Give me all your money. Give me 100% of your money. I'll get it right 15% of the time.
Or not only that,
you never do that, right?
Not only would I not do that, I'm not gonna follow no motherfucker that listen to your ass.
Right.
It's like that
if
makes
you had
no
a plumber,
sense.
if you had a plumber say, hey, look, I fix these pipes, I work on pipes, I get it right 15% of the time. Let me work on your pipes. Right.
I'm like,
right. Hey, how about a mechanic? I'm an auto mechanic. Rico, bring me your Rolls Royce. I'll fix it. The cars I fix, most of 15% of the time, I get it right.
You need me fix your brakes. I do it 15% of the time correct.
15% of the time, I get it right.
And you know what's ridiculous about it is the very Bible that he's supposed to be speaking from and teaching from, you know, speaks way against what he just said, the statement that he said. You know, Christ's very birth was significant. Come on.
That's what I'm
even his experience in the womb was purposeful. What is he talking about?
That's why I said I gotta hear a little bit more. I gotta hear him try to explain.
Let's listen to a little bit more, John.
So far,
I got some more, but I'm on a wait. Go ahead.
Right. I'm just so far at this point, like this motherfucker crazy, and I'm not that deeply religious. So go ahead. I just hear 85% wrong. That means 15% right. But you following. Right. That's just crazy to me. But go ahead. I just need to hear a little bit more. Maybe we missed it.
We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. All right.
I just want to hear his... And then I would say this.
Jesus was...
I hope whole congregation, his whole congregation needs to walk out and quit. And just, I don't know how you continue to sit there and go to a church with this man. There's too many churches in the state of Georgia that you can go to. Is one on probably every other block. No way in hell for all of the transgressions and now something like this. That man, I'm done with you. You lost me. So he really needs to lose like 95% of his flock.
Never
but
happened.
maybe
It'll
there's
never happen, Rico.
maybe there's a gym around the corner. I'm waiting. I'll shush.
It'll never happen, Rico. It'll never
I know,
happen.
but I'll hush.
He got so many true believers out there, man. It'll never happen. All right, let's get back to Jamal Bryant. He says that Jesus was tripping. He wasn't even on his game until the last 3 years.
Out of pocket, 85% of the time.
Out of pocket, 85% of the time. That don't make no sense to me as well. But let's get moving.
Doing what he was not called to do. Go on.
For 85% of his life, he was not flowing in his God-given function. 85% of his life, he is doing what his natural father wanted. But it did not line up with his divine DNA. 85% of his life, and he's anointed, he's called, he's chosen, and he's wrong.
All right, let's stop it right there. Shout out to M. Mills. Glad to have you in the house, M. Mills. Sorry you had to come and listen to this blasphemy.
It still doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to follow logic. He says 85% of the time he was following his natural father, who I'm assuming is Joseph. Right?
I believe that's what he's talking about.
Yes. But God chose his mother and thereby his father, his natural father.
Okay.
So even if he was following his natural father, he was still following the will of God because God put that man in his life to be his natural father. So it still don't make any sense to me.
Hey man, listen, that
still makes no sense to me. God chose Mary and Joseph to be his parents here on earth. God chose them. God chose them to raise him. God chose that. So how is that not following God's will? That makes no sense to me. And I'm not I ain't that deep in the book, but I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Well,
So he's following his natural father. He's following Joseph. God chose Joseph and Mary to raise and rear Jesus. He was doing exactly what God told or intended for him to do. What is he talking about?
You know, I ask myself the same question. But if I could add this to the conversation to just contradict, exactly what he's saying, because in Luke chapter 2, we can start at around verse 45, and it says, when they found him not. Now, listen, they were traveling through Jerusalem and, his parents and Jesus, little kid, you see. And so they were ready to leave, but they didn't realize that Jesus really wasn't with them. He stayed back in Jerusalem, right? Now, listen, can you imagine parents traveling 2 and 3 days? You see what I'm saying? Until they actually noticed that, well, where's Jesus at? Where's the child, right? He's not among the kinfolks. See, so they hightailed it back to Jerusalem, and it even took another day or two just to find him. You see what I'm saying? And it says it came to pass after 3 days, they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors. Now listen, both hearing them and asking them questions. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I seek thee sorrowfully. We were looking for you. Where were you? Right? And then Jesus says this as a kid. He says, how is it that ye seek me? Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business? In other words, don't you understand that I must be about my Father's business? Now, Jesus is a child right here. So absolutely, what is Jamal talking about? It's like, are you doing it for likes, clicks, and views just to gain attention?
or just trying to be a provocateur.
It's like a word salad without the dressing. What's going on?
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. I'm like,
absolutely no sense.
Okay.
Well, listen, Jamal is very good, very controversial. His latest thing is that he's going to be a part of a what do you call that when they all get together, a conference, with the gay church, the one that has the bishop, and he's married to a man, and he's called the the first gentleman, or however they want to put it. You see what I'm saying? And so he's supposed, he just recently, I believe, gave an apology to the LGBTQIA community.
He did.
Basically stating that, he was apologizing for the church and the treatment of them by the church, and I can agree in some points on what he said concerning that. But at the same time, listen, brother, the Bible says that a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. You see what I'm saying? Listen, what side of the fence are you going to be on? Or are you straddling the fence? Because the word clearly speaks against this particular lifestyle, that it's not according to the will of God. Now, this is a very unpopular thing that I'm saying, and I'm pretty sure I'll be on the chopping block for this one. But that's okay today, because I believe God's got my back.
You'll be up there with your cousin.
See what I'm saying? And so, but here's the thing, to me, it's like you're condoning a lot of madness. It's like you're going along to get along. You're doing the total opposite of what the Bible says when it says, be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, come on, Jamal. And if you look it up under my name, it says no relation to him. You see, we have the same last name. I just want to make that clear, there's no relation there.
What I see with Jamal is, I think, to me, I think he's chasing money.
Exactly.
He wants to be one of those big time prosperity preachers. He want to be a TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar. He want to be one of those where he got the multi-million-dollar jet and all. And I know he's doing well the way he is, but I don't think he's on their level. And I think, you know what I'm saying, that there's a vein of jealousy when he sees a Creflo Dollar, a Joel Osteen, all these, or this, while he has the big church, he's still not on there. We all know that there are layers and levels to this prosperity preaching. And I think that's what he wants. So I think he'll go to the LGBT community because he sees dollars there. He'll go to some other community. I think to me, that's what I see is a motherfucking man chasing money. That's what I see with the dress, the attire, the controversy, the provocativeness. It's all about trying to gin up attention. Remember, at one point, was it him or his wife? And they was doing the reality TV show, or one of them was on reality TV.
Yeah, I think he was on a couple of them. I think.
Right. See, so to me, I think he's chasing money. He's chasing money. I see a motherfucking money hustler with everything he's doing and saying and the way that he's acting and conducting himself. I see a money hustler, because at this point, I don't see nothing very godly about the man.
And what's amazing? What's amazing is this. Listen to the background. Listen to the people in the background. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Yeah. It's such foolishness within the congregation. It's like you have itching ears. You rather believe a lie than the truth. Come on, people. What's going on?
What that it is, Yvonne, is these people want to be they want to be a part of something. So Jamal is just doing this show, this hot stepping around, and they're just they're rooting for their team, whether it makes any goddamn sense to them or not.
That's the bad part about us as black people.
But he's their guy, so he could be all day wrong, but he's my guy. That's my pastor. And I've seen it in smaller church. Pastor be wrong all damn day long, but that's my guy. And it's hard for people, like, once they join that team, that religious team, to let go. But I think they should. Again, like I said, I don't see how he has a flock at all. He need to show up Sunday and the pews need to be empty. I mean, this is not like a one-off with him. That's my problem. So he'll never get my ass. So God bless. Go ahead.
All right. Patricia, you want to say something before I play the rest of this?
Yeah, how y'all doing? What's
Good
up,
afternoon,
brothers?
sister. Good morning, wherever you at, whatever
It's
time.
afternoon. It's afternoon. I hope all is doing well. Salute to the chat. Yeah, very interesting conversation. So I just thought I'd come up here and give my non-organized religion 15% into this into this conversation. You know,
If you know worse than
you know, as someone that no longer subscribe to organized religion, but I still have an opinion and a view on this subject. So I do want to give my opinion.
But Patricia, can you say that it's because of things like this why people like yourself and I, why people we somewhat, but why people have shied away from organized religion? It's because
that and a whole lot more, and because you shy away from. And just because you shy away from organized religion and certain pastor doesn't mean you not a believer in the Creator. You're not a believer anymore. You know, you just choose not to fall under that umbrella of when you see these type of things going on in the church or in religion anymore, because people, are choosing to follow and subscribe to the BS, even within organized religion, and following, because pastors are influencers as well, are they not? These are you are the shepherd that's leading God's sheep astray, and those are the ones that's going to be judged the harsh, according to the book, right? According to the good book, right? It says that they will be judged first and harder. So, but at the same time, too, it also says, study to show thyself approved. So if you cannot, if you are that naive and gullible to continue to get sunk in and caught up in the rapture of preachers like Brother Jamal Bryant here, that are preaching things that are totally contrary to what the Bible is saying, and you are a Bible believing Christian or whatever your faith is, then shame on you, right? So at some time too, you're gonna, be held accountable for who you choose to follow. And it's unfortunate because it reminds me of people that fall into the same hoopla in these YouTube streets. They because they want to be accepted by the man or by the clique or by the cult, or it's really a cult following. And in my humble opinion, I will say that all forms of religion is some form of a cult. A lot of times you don't realize you've been in it until you come out of it. And I don't mean it like y'all think I mean it when I say cult. I mean, I'm just saying that because you're following certain, laws and statutes according to man laws, statutes, or what God is saying that's in that book. Because if he's gonna say something like that, and then at the same time try to preach to a congregation to believe what he's saying without being challenged, then that in and of itself is the problem, that the people are sitting there in the back and rah-rah and amen and all that, and no one's challenging their pastor, no one's asking the questions, no one following up and saying, well, that's not what I got out of this verse or this sermon or this, and why are you saying that? And that's the problem. We just sit and we just, because we want to be in the circle and accept it, we go for the rah-rah because it's the popular thing to do and everybody else is doing it. And that's the part that's unfortunate that has happened in religion, that has turned people, away, that they have a bitter taste in their mouth because of it. So, but I'll land my plane right there in this moment.
All right, y'all. We're gonna have, I'm gonna ask this question. I'm waiting. I'm gonna let him get up here. Then I'm gonna ask y'all that question. Let me ask y'all this question. Do you think do you think by what Pastor Jamal Bryant was saying about Jesus not being not being on his job, do you think that somehow in a way puts Jesus in a bad light, or the Christian church in a bad light, or some kind of way puts a stain on Jesus or God?
If you believe that line, motherfucker, if you don't know, it's just that simple. If you believe what he said is true, then yes, you would have to, because if I believe it's true that Jesus was out of pocket 85% of the time, yeah, it puts him in a bad, the religion in a bad light. But I don't believe it. So since I don't believe it, I don't think him just making that claim can tarnish the faith.
Okay.
Because again, if anything, the way I look at it is him and people like him that's doing more to tarnish the faith than anything that they wrote about Jesus.
Okay, Rico, this is a good question. This is for you, and then I'm going to ask my question now that Hink is here. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question because you are a resident heathen, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how was this affecting you?
Heathen.
He called himself that.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
No, I wear it. For me, it just reinforces the belief that I have in some of the false prophets of all religion. I don't think it's the religion itself, but I do think it's the leaders in a lot of these religions, not just, Christian, but same thing with Catholicism, with Judaism, of all, you have, unfortunately, I think it's too easy for people to become religious leaders. It's just easy. It's just too easy. Almost anybody can, and because there's not strenuous enough requirement.
Well, Rico, don't you know they all are called? They called, Rico. All of them. They're called.
Right. Well, some of them are called.
Well, many are called, but few are chosen. See that part right there. Many are called, but few are chosen.
Is a lot of these leaders are just fucking hustlers. Plain and simple. They're hustlers.
So Rico,
that I see every other hustler.
Rico, so when you see something like this, that makes you think, hey man, this dude's just a hustler, right? You wouldn't even be like, hey, I'm drawn into that.
Nope.
That makes sense to me. You're just gonna say, hey, this dude's a hustler.
But
right?
it sours you on religion.
That's my point.
The same way, I'll tell you the perfect analogy.
Well, let's take a look at the track record too, right?
And
Can we not do that? We have to do that too.
Trees, I'm talking to the heathen now.
The reason why I say it sours you is the same way people are soured on politics, because we say that they're all the same.
Right.
None of them care. See what I'm saying? So it's the same thing, and then people just check out, and that's why we have some of the lowest participation in politics, because people say fuck them all. They're all hustlers. They're all liars. So when you do that, then people tap out of politics. People are tapping out of religion for that same belief, and I'll land my plane there.
All right, so I have a question for all of you guys. Thank you, Rico, for that. I'm gonna ask you a question because I wanted to show what that kind of, even on the person that's quote unquote not a religious person, would think about something like that. So I wanted that to be clear. Okay, so now I got a question for everybody on the panel. All right, so my question is, it was mentioned that he said that he did, and we can pull that up, where he apologized to the LGBT community. He said in that speech, he said that I had to apologize for myself because I've been up here doing hate crimes, speaking against that situation, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everybody, do you think that, in your opinion, that Jamal Bryant is condoning the alphabet community's behavior? Do you think that anybody can go? But we're gonna get an answer for all of you guys.
I don't think so for that. I think it's one thing for him to apologize for himself personally. I have no problem with that. That he
apologized for the whole church.
Yeah, I don't think he should have done that. I don't think you should apologize on behalf of the church, but he could apologize for himself, and he could apologize and say that, hey, he'll no longer speak disparagingly of that community, and that, for me, that's enough. But that's too big of a lift to sit there and say that you apologize for all of Christianity. I'm like, even though I think it's, you know, I wish they were more, you know, accepting. I'm just not going to do it. And I just think he shouldn't be doing it. And why they need to be careful about the hate speech, because it's a lot of LGBT people in the church. It just is.
I'll kind of piggyback on what Rico said. I agree that if he wants to do that on an individual basis, or his church or his, you know, congregation or whatever, if that's what they're on, then that's fine. I don't think he should speak for all the churches, because there are churches that are standing on their belief in not condoning that lifestyle, right? So to me, as a whole, it should have been an individual type of a situation. Now, to condone something is means you in agreement with the moral, I guess, position or the moral values of a behavior or an action, right? So does he do that? I don't know, but I do feel that there is a financial gain and a political gain that he's playing right now when he's doing this. I really do, because 9 times out of 10, you see a lot of the churches and pastors now that are now coming into that fold, you know, with that community. It's not normally, because they know morally, biblically, morally what it says, and they are totally not abiding by that. So that's some hypocrisy right there, right? So when they get on that board of that, and I'm not saying that you can't love and respect and hold relationships with people from that community. I'm not saying that. But if you're going to preach and teach biblically about the wrongdoings of fornication, adultery, and everything else, then that needs to be in there as well, because that is a part of the Bible that speaks what the word is spoken on that lifestyle. We just have to be real about that. And that's why I say he shouldn't say that as far as like the whole church involved, because I know some churches. The church I went to in Atlanta, it was a pastor that was straight up stood on his and totally did not condone that lifestyle, and made it clear in his sermon that this is what it is over here. If you don't like it, walk. You can leave this church, because this is what we standing on. So, you know, when it's pastors like that, they're pretty much ostracized when it comes to that. But pastors that's accepting the fold of that community, like what Jamal Bryant doing, it's more than just that to it. It's a financial gain, and it is a political gain that he is playing. In my humble opinion, I'll just say that. Whether he condoned it or not, I can't say, because I've never heard him preach or say anything public whether he condones it or not. Because you can not condone the lifestyle and behavior of people from that community, but you can absolutely still respect them, have friendships with them, and love them, because we all have family members or friends or somebody we know that's from their community. And even though you may not morally agree with their lifestyle, it still doesn't change your love for them, your friendship for them, your respect for them. And some kind of way it gets convoluted, and you called or said to be a hater or homophobic, because that's your view on your morals and your values and what you stand on, whether it's from just your own personal beliefs and moral standards and values, or whether it's from a religious one. And I'll land my plane right there for now.
All right, thank you, Patrice. Who else? Vaughn or Hink? When do y'all want to go?
Well, I mean, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you. What's up, brother? What's up, brother Hink?
Brother Curtis, I can hear you fine.
Man, shout out to Curtis Mayfield. You know what I meant. Don't do me like that. No, but I agree with what Sister Patricia was saying. It is what it is. You might take a financial hit for a minute. You might have to revamp your congregation, find you a new choir director, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay if that's what you stand on. Now, we all know financially they don't want to take a hit because they already taking hits already financially in the church with the lack of men and the attendance of women kind of fluctuating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know if they can afford to take those hits and do those type of things, the righteous thing, the right thing, what they should be doing. So,
what is
half
that?
a man, I guess, is better than no men. So they gonna take them half of men, and we know what type of man we talking about. But look, it's all a show, man. It's all a show. It's just unfortunate they take advantage of vulnerable people, weak-minded people, people who doesn't know any better.
Wait, Hank. Who's the they?
Yes.
Who's the they that's taking advantage of?
A lot of pastors,
okay,
priests,
okay,
deacons, choir directors, any member of the congregation. A lot of them. I'm not saying all of them. I said, but a lot of them take advantage of those who don't know, who don't understand, who just listen and doesn't follow up by doing the research. Nobody's above reproach, even your pastor. He could be questioned. He could be challenged.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? He could be brought to the carpet.
Absolutely.
You know, to me, every year, every church ought to have a financial a purge where they show all records and details on where these monies are going.
Never
what
gonna
is
happen.
being spent on.
Never gonna happen.
Okay, then I'm just giving my suggestions. For those who are members of these church, you need the next meeting they have, and it's open to the public, you need to bring that up. And if you don't bring it up, then keep being the sheep that you are, and you keep putting, your tithes and offerings in the plate. Don't just touch it. You make sure you put something in that envelope. All right.
Can I just say something right quick? I'm so glad that he brought that up, because just like we have the right as tax-paying citizens when we get audited by the IRS, or when we pay money into charities and different things like that, as a person that's given any type of your funds to any organization or institution, you have a right to their financial records, whether it's asked and requested from them or from the IRS. But because the church, listen, I know I was going to say, because the church is exempt from that, right?
There you go.
That is the reason why they don't have to do it. But it should be. It absolutely should be. I just want to say that I'm glad that he brought that up. And when you see your pastors in these churches buying their own airplanes or jets, or buying multi-million-dollar mansions, and have more cars sometimes than Shaquille O'Neal do, and y'all know he got a lot of cars, collected. Like it's something wrong other than that, and they telling you have to give your 10%. They're making you be accountable for your 10%, but they're not being totally honest with you about where the funds that's going into the church is really going to. So yeah, I just want to say that.
Well, again, I did say no pastor, preacher, dictator, leader of the choir, the community of the church is above reproach. No one. So you can always request it. If this request goes unheard or unfulfilled, then you need to evaluate your membership.
Hey, Hank, let me ask you.
If that means you need to pull your membership, then so be it.
What do you think about the earlier part where Pastor Bryant said that Jesus was out of pocket 85% of the time?
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I came in late. I apologize.
So no. What he said was, when we opened the conversation, Pastor Jamal Bryant said that, I guess according to his understanding, that Jesus wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing 85% of the time, and I think he only straightened up the last 3 years, right, Clarence?
That's what he said.
So for all of Jesus's life, which the Bible is built on, part of the foundation of the Bible, not just Jesus, but God as well, and the fact that the man committed his life to Christianity, which is the teachings of Jesus Christ, but yet he says 85% of the time, his exact words was, Jesus Christ, 85% of his life, he was out of order.
Okay.
What do you think
So-
about this pastor saying something like that?
So he might not be too far off. So let me say this: we don't know. We don't know. We don't know exactly when the good Lord started his ministry. It never really gave his age when he did that. We know when he died. We know the age he was deceased, but we don't know when he started his ministry. So is it possible that he may not start it until he reached that, that 30-year-old mark?
Yeah, but he didn't say his ministry. He said his life was out of order. So I wouldn't expect him to start a ministry at 2.
Well, it depends on what you consider what his order was. What his order was to be ministering to the people as soon as he, was able to walk and talk and do his thing. I don't know. Is that what he mean? Was that his order, or was it because he spent time growing up, maturing, and it wasn't until
he went a little bit.
He turned 24, 25 when he started to do what he's supposed to do. The Lord has called him to do.
He went a little bit further, and he explained, because I told him, I said, let's go a little bit further. He said the 85% of the time, Jesus was following his natural father, Joseph, and not his divine father, God. So I'm like, huh?
It's possible.
Right.
Well,
again, we don't know that. We don't know when he started. We don't know the age he started his ministry. We don't know the age he started his ministry. So could it be 85% of his lifespan?
But hear me out, Hank. He said what was out of order was Jesus was following Joseph, the father that God gave him, the father that God picked for him and selected for him to raise him.
I understand. I understand
so
exactly.
How is that out of order? How could that possibly be out of order?
Because what the Father wanted him to do is what his heavenly Father asked him to do. And maybe he feel like he was emotional. Maybe hold on, let me finish. Maybe he felt like he just wasn't emotionally there yet. He just wasn't there yet, and he felt like his spiritual father, he was moving too slow. I don't know. Like I said, we have no idea when he actually started his ministry. So what he's saying could be true.
But then how does he come to that conclusion, though?
Well, let me say this.
How does he come to that conclusion
first
that
of
he
all,
wasn't doing what God told him, which God may have intended? Because for me, it would make sense. If I'm God and I'm going to put you into an earthly world, I know I need to give you earthly parents. And I'm going to choose earthly parents that I want to raise you.
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on one second. Now we get into another tangent, and I want to answer the question. The first question I asked was if that is Jamal Bryant condoning the alphabet lifestyle. So we never got a chance to let Vaughn answer that question. So I want Vaughn to answer that question before we tear into something else.
No, I was just letting Hank go back to what we talked about before.
Yeah. But I want to make sure Vaughn answers the question first.
Yes, sir.
Before we go dip into something else.
Okay, well, this is how I see it, gentlemen. And this is just, people are known by the fruit that they bear. So I really can't talk about you unless I see what kind of fruit you're bearing. Are you bearing apples? Are you bearing oranges? See, now I can call you an apple tree or an orange tree because I see your fruit now. You see what I'm saying? And this brother is in the limelight, so we can all see his fruit, you see. And the fruit that he bears shows that he is a conformist. You see, he's an opportunist. This is the fruit that I see of Jamal Bryant. No relation to Von Bryant, but I'm just saying this is the fruit that I see. You
making that clear, Von. No relation.
Now let me just say this real quickly. I can't condemn this brother. I have no judgment for him. Only thing I'm doing is inspecting fruit. I'm a fruit inspector. See what I'm saying? If you say you love me, but you treat me like crap, then see, that's not the fruit. That's not the fruit that I see. You see what I'm saying? So when you call yourself trying to get into these different conferences with these individuals and speak to them concerning their lifestyle, and you're not mentioning the scripture and what God says about how we should be living before him, what we should and should not be doing. You see, now that means that you're covering it up. And that's where the scripture comes in, where it says, he that covers his sin is not going to prosper. So when you get in front of these people, are you teaching them or telling them about repentance? Are you teaching them the love of God? That if you confess your sins, he's faithful and just to forgive you of your sins, cleanse you from all unrighteousness? Are you teaching that? Or are you just there to go along and get along? Because that's what I see. That's the fruit. That's the fruit that I see. You see what I'm saying? It's like you're straddling the fence, Jamal. You see, you're not a good example at this point. Go somewhere and sit down and let God deal with you, brother. Let him deal with you. We can all get up and have this eloquent speech, but it doesn't mean that you're full of God's power. You see what I'm saying? And people fall for this Pied Piper scenario all the time because it sounds good. It looks good. It smells good. It's got bling. Must be right, huh? No, sadly mistaken. You know, so yeah, I feel that he is condoning certain things that shouldn't be condoned. You know, his whole view on the church selling weed. Come on, I'm from the old school. What we doing selling weed now? Now, this is my opinion, you know, and I'm pretty sure I don't mind being on the chopping block for it because, see, for God I'll live, for God I'll die. I don't have a problem with that. You know, not up here to go back and forth and argue with people. I'm just stating my opinion. I do believe that he's condoning certain things that you know, as a Christian, if that's what you're representing, then you need to speak about a change. Be not conformed to the world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, does that mean you're going to be perfect? No, doesn't mean you're going to be perfect, ladies and gentlemen. You're still going to struggle. You're still going to have a hill to climb. Still going to have to go through a valley. You see what I'm saying? But a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord, you see. And so I'm very disappointed with what I'm hearing this brother say. And I know he said it a while ago, but it's led so many astray already. You see what I'm saying? I think we have to be careful the words that we allow coming out of our mouth just because we have platform, just because we have prestige, just because we quote unquote have clout. Come on, man. It's a farce. And for the people in the background, it shows how lost the congregants are. Talking about amen and go ahead. But you're lying. You're not telling the truth. Listen, if it means the truth to save my life, brother, please, by all means, tell me the truth. Or other than that, you're not helping me. So I'll land my plane right there.
Oh, wow.
All right. Thank you for that, brother.
Can I just say this? Because I do want to piggyback a little bit on Hink and Rico's conversation, what Hink said about do we really know or you know, if Jesus in his prime or early years was on or about his father's business, according to as what it says biblically. Now, when I was in the church and I did a year-long theology study deeply into when I was seeking, I came upon a video by the pastor that I was studying up under, and it talks about Jesus in his younger years when he was a young boy and how he went off with Joseph, right, on this journey and the different places he went to. It has a lot to do with geography and archaeology. Like Jesus was traveling all over. And there is a video, if anybody's interested, when Jesus was a young boy traveling with Joseph, his flesh father. It's a video called Traditions of Glastonbury. And it was said that Jesus was there. And Glastonbury is over in, I believe, Great Britain. And it was said and allegedly documented over there that Jesus was there, came through there, Glastonbury, with Joseph, and he was even teaching then as a young boy. So he was, even as a young boy, he was always studying and teaching and was always teaching the elders that were way, older than he was. So if that is true, if that is biblically and it is true, then what Pastor Bryant is saying is false, because when Jesus became to the age of accountability where he understood and knew right from wrong, he was teaching even then. He was beyond his years in his teaching, because even the rabbis and the pastors and Pharisees and Sadducees were just amazed at his teaching even then as a young boy. So I just want to say that there is a video called Traditions of Glastonbury. I watched it and I saw it and I studied it when I was in the church and following. So I just want to make that point.
Okay, y'all. We're gonna come back to the condoning question, but right now we're gonna watch a little bit more of Pastor, and the pastor saying that Jesus was wrong.
Pastor. Pastor.
I thought he said pasta. See, now I'm hungry.
Pasta. We're gonna watch a little more of Brother Jamal Bryant and his spin that Jesus was not on his right purpose.
I just want to make a point. That guy who ever did this video, look at his face expression. He looks scared. Does he not?
Man, he is really like disturbed by this situation, right? Okay, we're gonna play it again.
He said for 85% of his life, talking about Jesus, for 85% of Jesus's life, Pastor Jamal Bryant said that Jesus was wrong. Look, this sermon was from 3 years ago. Let me show you the complete clip, because that's just an insane statement for so many reasons. Because if Jesus was wrong for 85% of his life, and if Jesus was, as Jamal Bryant is implying, if Jesus was disobedient to God the Father for 85% of his life and was instead solely obedient to his earthly father, that would have major implications. So much so that all of us who believe in the blood of Jesus to be the perfect atonement for our sins, all of us are going to hell. Because if Jesus, y'all, if Jesus was wrong for 85% of his life, if he was not following the instruction from God the Father for the majority of his life, wouldn't that be some act of sin related to his disobedience? Wouldn't that therefore disqualify him from being the perfect sacrifice to atone for our sins? I need to hear more. Let me play this full clip.
So in Luke chapter 3, verse 23, it says, and Jesus at 30 accepted his ministry. Bishop Ellis, at 30, Jesus accepted his call to ministry. At 30. He had been in carpentry since he was 13. He ran the family business since he was 17. At the risk of being heretical tonight, might I suggest to you,
too late for that,
that 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
They laughing in the church. They laughing. What is so funny? At the risk of being heretical, you ain't risking it. That's full on heretical.
85% of his life, he was doing what he was not called to do. God, y'all done got quiet.
That's a crazy statement. Once again, that's an insane statement. 85% of Jesus's life, he was doing what he was not called to do.
All right, y'all. Shout out to Lola J. Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast. Thank you guys for stopping by. Okay. Jesus was tripping. Jesus was tripping. He was at the hoop courts. He was hitting them blunts.
He was being a carpenter. He was being a carpenter.
He was making tables. He was making chairs. He was making
furniture. Yeah, furniture.
Yeah, he was making furniture. He was building these houses, right?
But it makes no sense. How the fuck do you, Jamal, dedicate to following the teachings of someone who was only correct 15% of the time?
Like I said,
and if he was 30, and if he was 30 when he started his ministry, 3 years later, at the age of 33, he was no longer with us. But
what I'm saying is,
that's only 3. So he basically saying he only did God's work for 3 years, basically.
What I'm saying is this: is that I don't. If I took him at face value and it's true, it's not an indictment on Jesus. It's an indictment on everybody that fucking follows Jesus. If what Jamal says is true. Because y'all following somebody that was only correct 15% of the time and the other 85% of the time. Hell, he was me. But you niggas ain't following me.
Well, Rico, let me say this. If he was in baseball, he would be an all-star.
Well, this ain't baseball. We ain't talking baseball. We're talking about who the hell do you follow him that's only correct 15% of the time? They're wrong 85% of the time.
Yeah, as far as I know, nobody but you.
That's all I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, but that's who he follows, all of the teachings of Jesus Christ and Christianity.
I'm gonna be Hink's financial advisor, and I'm only right 15% of the time. Hink, give me all your money, Hink.
How are you saying that you invest and you dedicate the entirety of your life?
Don't hold your brother. Don't hold your breath.
To somebody that was 85% out of pocket. So it's like that makes no sense to me. So if I believe what you saying is true, Jamal, then you a fucking fool too. And why am I sitting here listening to your dumb ass? Because you're following the teachings of somebody that was only correct 15% of the time. So why am I listening to you? And you telling me to follow those teachings. But you just said that 85% of the time the person was out of pocket.
Well, I think he was like 12 in that part in the Bible where he went astray when they were traveling and he was with his flesh parent and they were looking for him, right? Vaughn, you know the one I'm talking about. And when they found him days later, he was like 12, and what you doing? What's going on? We've been looking for you. I was about my father's business. Like, should you even have to ask me that question? Like, y'all know what I'm on. I'm about teaching. He was in, I believe, the synagogue or somewhere. He was teaching these priests and these pastors that were well older than he was. He was like 12 years old saying, I'm about my father's business. So come on now, there's a contradictory there.
Right.
Brother Jamal.
Right. That's why I said
because he was 12, he was around 12 years old. So come on.
It's not making no sense. So because he didn't have a formal ministry, doesn't mean he wasn't learning and doing God's, following God's instructions.
That's why I was
God may have set out the first 30 years of his life for him to learn, to see the sins that he would have to lose his life for, to understand. All of that could have been a part of it. But how does this man say this guy was out of order, out of pocket, tripping 85% of the time, but we should follow those teachings? That makes no sense to me. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
I think we all can agree that this brother thinks outside of the box.
No,
way outside the box.
He's a provocateur because just like Patrice said, it's all about fucking money for him.
Wait, let me finish, Rico. He thinks outside the box, and obviously he's trying to get What the word?
Anything out the box is too complimentary.
He's trying to think. He's trying to get people into the church. He's trying to get people into the church that can, that are more closely related to today's culture, right?
Okay.
Today's culture is quote unquote woke, right? That means that the alphabet behavior is okay. A lot of other different things are, when I say okay, I mean not okay, but actually celebrated, that the behavior is celebrated. And so just stuff like that, where they think outside the box, like, the pastor wants to grow weed at the church, right? Grow and sell weed at the church, right? So, he thinks outside about, he does a lot of different things, but I think his main thing that he has shown that he knows how to deal with is controversy. He can do say controversial things that he's trying to get, these younger people to try to come into the church, right? I think that's his goal. How he's doing it is sometimes a little, he has to fudge the numbers to do it, and that's what makes it kind of go off the rails a little bit, right? For example, saying that Jesus was wrong.
But what sucks, I can see him trying alternative methods, but then you tear down the church and the shit don't work no way. Then what was the point? You know what I'm saying? You're tearing down Jesus, and you're not recruiting these younger worldly people like you think you will, but all you've done was tear down Jesus.
Well, see, I think what he is trying
to make him seem relatable to regular people.
There you go.
Guess what? They're not going to come anyway, so you tore them down for fucking nothing.
And then on top of that, you can't, once you kill that first impression, you can't go back and say, okay, well, now you got to have the kind of discipline. You got to have this kind of discipline to live this kind of lifestyle. You can't do that. You can't go backwards like that. So
I can be out of pocket 85% of the time and straighten up in the last 3 years.
No, that's not gonna work. Right. Shout out to Quantum. Glad to have you in the building.
I get people, like I said, all different types of professions look for alternative ideas to bring in newer people and younger people, but you got to be very careful when you're trying all these alternative theories. And basically, he tore down Jesus in a sense, and he's not going to recruit younger, more worldly people to be more relatable because he's a fucking hustler. If you want to do anything, how about you clean up some of the leadership flaws? How about he address that, his transgressions?
Like his constant committing adultery. Right. Is that part you talking about?
Exactly.
It's like a hypocrisy in how you want to drive certain narratives with the adultery, fornication, and certain things in the church, but not want to address the other things that's also in the Bible and the wrongs and the sin of that. They only want to cater to in the moment of what's half of the truths. I'm gonna say it's wrong to be a fornicator. I'm gonna say it's wrong to be an adulterer, and I'm gonna preach fire and brimstone on this, that, and the other. But I'm not gonna touch that one subject, because if I don't, I won't get the funding. I won't get that community behind me. I won't get the politics of that behind me. I won't be able to, gain from that. And that's why I say I believe that it is definitely an agenda that he has behind why he's deciding to go that way. Because one of his latest antics, I don't know if anybody knows, and maybe that's his form of way of trying to appease or apologize to that community, is that he recently paid $1,000 to help get my girlfriend Jaguar Wright out of jail, and she's from that community. She's from the LGBTQI community, right? So he put $1,000 on a book to help bail out of jail, right? So maybe that's a form of a way he's trying to, acquiesce into that community to make amends or make his apologies known. Say, let me do this and show them, and and then let me be a part of this convention with the two guys that are married, that's in that community, that, and things of that nature. But trust me, it's a hidden agenda behind everything Mr. Jamal Bryant does.
Well, like I said, he's hits like you said, he hits on the stuff that most of these guys will hit on the stuff that they think that people want to hear, and then they stay away from the stuff that might run people out of church. For example, if he was to hit on having babies out of wedlock, clear the church out, right? Just clear the church out, right? So they can't preach on that. You gotta embrace women and men that's having babies out of wedlock. You gotta embrace that, because you can't really speak out against it. Rather,
But bro, Clarence, I told you that church in Atlanta, where it's predominantly a lot of people from that community is in Atlanta, that pastor was on fire on his stance about, if you're born this, you're that. If you're born with this between your legs, this is what you are, and then this is what we stand on, and this is not natural, and da da da. He went in, and his church was packed, and I was like, whoa! I have not seen a church with a pastor stand on what he believed in biblically, that that this is what this is over here, and he said it. If you don't like it, this ain't the church for you. You can walk. I was like, "Ooh, okay."
My question would be:
the church that Jamal in has been a problematic church for a while. Because, like you said, that's the same church that Eddie Long was running.
Oh man!
So it's been a problematic church, and I just wondered, like, after y'all went through the shit y'all went through with Eddie Long, whose bright fucking idea was it to go up to Baltimore and get this nigga?
I don't think anybody wanted to step in there. They didn't really have anybody that wanted to even come close to over there.
You know what? Jamal Bryant was not a fucking upgrade. He was not an
I'm not saying he was. I think that's what they could afford, Rico. I think he was the only person that was willing to. It's just like when the Lakers got rid of Phil Jackson. Nobody wanted that job after that. Who wants to walk behind Phil Jackson? So nobody wanted to go behind Eddie Long, man. They just said, "Hey, man,
here's the deal. I still wouldn't have took him. I would have took somebody straight out of seminary. Why would you sit there and you get rid of this guy that been messing with them young boys, and you bring this nigga in with a bunch of outside babies? I'm like, how is that any better? It's better if we just had rotating. I don't care. I'm not gonna go and get him. But see, he's in the vein of, again, that church is trying to be one of those big juggernauts, like the Potter's House or one of the other names of one of the big ones. They're trying to be one of these big prosperity churches, but you keep bringing in people. You keep bringing in scandalous pastors. How the fuck do you ever expect to get there? You're never going to get there if your pastors are most of those churches. I think that big church out in California, Clarence, is going through hell too. I forgot what the name of it is, celebrity, because of too many scandals from a lot of the leaders. So the churches and the church bodies got to understand, what's the name of that big church in California going through trouble?
West Angeles.
Is it Frederick Casey Price? Is it his church in California?
Is it Hillsong? I think it's Hillsong.
Hillsong?
I think it's a big mega church, and a lot of celebrities go to it.
Oh, that's West Angeles.
West Angeles. And they've been having a lot of fucking scandals. And
who's a pastor there at that church, West Angeles?
Oh man, I forgot. This dude?
It was Bishop Blake, Charles B. Blake.
Charles Blake. Yeah, that's who.
I used to be under his ministry.
They've had a couple of scandals.
Years ago.
I've been reading about it in the news. I'd be like, see, and what I do notice is over time, the churches start to lose some of its prestige when you repeatedly have scandalous leader after scandalous leader. So while he's trying to do something to bring in the young folk, but you're going to turn around and do some fuck shit next month. So you can't never build up your congregation and your fellowship if you keep doing scandalous shit. Yeah, Hillsong. That's the one. Thank you, Miss Mills. Hillsong.
Okay, well, I know the day.
No.
What do you mean?
I mean, where the stars go, Stars go to West Angeles, so I don't know.
No, well, I'm saying
Hillsong
Hillsong is the church that I'm
Well,
going.
they kind of split because they also go to Frederick Casey Price Church too, and I forget the name of his church. Dr. Casey Price, Frederick Casey Price. I can't think of the name.
You might be right.
Ever increasing faith.
Yeah.
Ever increasing.
They've been in the news quite a bit.
Yes, ever increasing faith.
And
yes,
that's the only way I know about it, not going to church, but just like, damn, they keep being in the news and people suing and all of it.
Always, man.
Shit.
Always.
You know,
now when I was in the church, what made me and this is the time when I was married, so y'all know how long ago it's been since I have not practiced organized. We literally, like you said, when you smell something fishy, or if it walking like a duck, talking like a duck, and quacking like a duck, it's a duck, okay? And when you saying some stuff, and me and my husband looking at each other side eyeing, and it's crazy that's going on, and I belong to one of those prosperity preaching mega churches. We walked out and ain't been back, and that was a big church in Illinois. I ain't gonna say the pastor, but whatever. But he was very popular, and he rolled with the Creflo Dollars and the Frederick Casey Prices and the what's the other one, the big white guy that got the plane, the country guy, him and his wife.
I know you're talking about Kenneth
Copeland. They all roll in the same circles. They all fell under Kenneth Copeland's teaching, Creflo Dollar and all of them. So I was deep into it back then in the day. I was deep. Yeah, and Creflo Dollar happened to be the visiting minister at our church in Illinois at the time, big mega church. Yeah, if I just look at one of the big mega pastors up in Illinois, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah. And baby, the nefariousness that was being said there, me and my husband got up and walked back, and I know I ain't been back in the church since I told y'all I recently went. You know, over this last time I was, went to Atlanta, but I was done. I said, I was seeing the writing on the wall. I didn't have to toy with it. It didn't take me to like have a conversation with somebody. Because if I can't question you, if I can't challenge you, if I can't walk up to you and say, hey, this is what I got out of this, that, and the other, without you making me feel like you're the only smartest person in the room, I got a problem with that.
Yeah,
I'm out of here.
Shout out to Jill.
I'm glad Emil said she right. Justin Bieber. I know it was Hillsong. They had a lot of celebrities in that church and a lot of scandals.
West Angeles is where the black celebrities go.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying.
Magic Johnson, his son.
Them niggas didn't make the news. Okay, one made the news with Hillsong, and it was about their scandals. What I was reading.
Yeah, that was that young Caucasian pastor, right? I think he got caught up with. Mm-hmm. He got caught up with, was it an affair with? It was something.
It was something.
Oh,
like that.
Yeah. And the guy from Australia, right?
And one other thing,
yes,
because Clarence, you remember we talked about it a few months ago, and that shit still lit over the SBC Southern Baptist Convention.
Oh man,
remember that? Now
what's that pastor too? That John, somebody that consistent, he's a habitual cheater of his wife. And John,
John Gray.
Oh Lord, that one there. Ooh, he's a habitual cheater.
You look at
but
the
you know what? If I could interject,
they've gotten a list of 700. They compiled. There was a list of parishioners and people going to the church, talking about being exploited and essayed by these leaders in the church, and they covered it up for years. Where they sat there, they had a list of like nearly 1,000 offenders.
Oh yeah, we did a story on that, Rico. We did a story on that. Yeah,
we did a story on it. It's not over though. It's still not over. They're still.
Because they got a website. You can look in your city and see who's out there. Yeah.
Who's out there? What church? And so that's what I'm sitting there saying is that, and then. I don't, I'm like, they're in Georgia. I don't know if Jamal's church is a part of that. And, it's a lot of shit.
Well, let's let Vaughn tap in because he might give us some information here. What's going on, Vaughn?
Yeah. Basically, I just wanted to say that, no doubt that these people who are in these positions are not human. We're apt to err. We're going to make mistakes, but why get up here and play the game? Let's be realistic. You don't have to be a hypocrite. You see what I'm saying? You know, and if you know that you're struggling in a certain area that you just can't get it together yet, go somewhere and sit down and let God deal with you and heal you and prepare you again to get back up for ministry. You see what I'm saying? Because you're leading people astray just basically by your lifestyle alone. People are watching you. People are seeing what you do. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you're struggling with infidelity and you haven't gotten that quite together yet, I think you should sit down. See, back in the day, they would sit you down when you were found in these type of predicaments. Hey, come on now, you can't minister for a while. We're gonna silence you just for a bit until you get this together.
Or
Don't mean you can't come back
excommunicate.
up. Don't mean you can't get back up and minister, but we need to see consistency first before we just allow you to get up here and treat the congregation any type of way, any kind of sloppy way you feel. You see what I'm saying? So yeah,
They excommunicate. Yeah, they excommunicate in Jehovah's Witnesses, right? I don't know I don't know. Do they call it the same thing in regular Christian churches?
I
Excommunicate.
think they do, but they never fucking do it. I
Right.
think it's called the same thing. They just never do it.
And
They
the thing
just
about
never do it.
a thing about a lot of the hypocrisy in the church too is, especially when you do have these churches or these pastors that have lived a homosexual life, and then all of a sudden they talk about they cured and God cured them, and then it comes out later that the flesh is weak. They still was dibbling and dabbling in it. They have not been cured of it. Things of that nature.
Women.
Yeah, exactly, bro, Clarence. So, and I agree with Vaughn. It's like have several seats. You know what I mean? It's just like some of them that come in the church, you know, already knowing they saying it's a sin, and they clean and they don't live that lifestyle no more. But a lot of them be lying because a lot of them are now, you know, getting ousted and getting, you know, all these scandals are coming up about them.
All right. Yeah, I don't think there's, I mean, obviously it was all for attention. It was, you know, like he said, this was 3 years ago. He said this, but it was just for attention, in my opinion, I believe, just to, you know, for the shock value to get people to listen to what he's saying. But, you know, in the end, his point was.
So bro, Clarence, we doing that now, even in religion. Like
Yeah.
we playing with God like that. We playing with his sheep like that. Like, come on. It's almost like they treating it like his social media now. It's all fun. It's all fun and game to people, you know, and with people's lives on the line, he is responsible for people's salvation in a sense. He is, because he's going to be judged first and harshly by God. So like, are you telling me, oh, he being a shock jock for clicks and views? Like literally now we playing this game in religion. Like, okay, all right.
Yeah. The ones that's trying to get up there, they trying to get on. Yeah. Because you know, what else has they got? If they could just tell the truth and get people to come in the door, they wouldn't have to do that. But they can't tell. Most of them can't tell the truth and have people come into the door. The pastor you was talking about, good for him. He got people in the door and he could tell the truth. But would they be in the door already? Did he get them by telling the truth up front, or did he have to get them in the door first and then start telling them the truth? Who knows, right? I know most of these young pastors, they're trying to bridge the gap between social media and you know, getting people in the door. And remember, Patrice, the church is a business. When you break it all down, just like marriage, yeah, you got some emotional components to it, but the church is a business.
Oh yeah, for sure it is. Absolutely.
Without people coming through the door putting money in the pot, you don't have no business.
They have made it a business, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, according to the IRS, they're going to exempt you if you can show that it's
especially if you got that 501c3, which
right,
most of them do.
Right, so 503c, and so
501c.
So let me ask a question.
503c, whatever it's called, 503c.
But my question is this: if church is a business, why are we going? Why are we? Why are we?
Element
why
to
are we
it.
attending
That's what I meant to say, Rico. It has a business element to it.
Yeah, but my thing is,
Now these prosperity preachers have made it a business.
Exactly.
Period.
Well, for some of them, yeah, it is a business, strictly a
Churches
business.
didn't always used to be a business. It was about saving of souls, salvation, and according to God, church is not supposed to be a business, or not supposed to be. I'm not gonna say he said it's not supposed to be. He didn't. It in his teaching, he didn't set it up to be a fucking business for nobody to make money or even have power and influence. It was supposed to be about spreading the teachings and the gospel.
Well, check this out. It goes to show you how much it's a business. They don't even say it's God's church no more, or the church of this. They say it's John so-and-so's ministry. Name, crypto dollar ministry. So-and-so. They're naming these ministries after them, not after God or Jesus. So that shows you the selfishness in that in and of itself.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Patrice. That's a very good point.
But Vaughn, is not the sole purpose of a church. Its primary purpose is to spread the gospel.
It's to minister. Exactly.
It's
to minister.
Spread the gospel. Period.
Right.
Period.
I mean, but it goes without saying that. Well, listen, it goes without saying if we acquire a place to do that in, you see what I'm saying? There is a certain upkeep that has to take place. You see what I'm saying? The floors have to be done. You see what I'm saying? The plumbing has to be fixed in order for it to be a proper place for us to sit in and worship. So I get that aspect of it. But if we're giving offerings and tithes into the storehouse, it should be for the betterment of the ministry. Not to go in your pocket to buy a jet, not to go in your pocket to buy mansions and yachts, not to go in your pocket.
Don't leave the building fund out. Don't leave the building fund. Don't forget about the building fund.
This is the part I'm asking, Mom. If your church burned to the fucking ground, then you should be able to pitch a tent out back and have service next Sunday while you're waiting for it to be built. Because
back in the day, they used to always have tent revivals.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that
I grew up with that type of surrounding.
Tent revivals, just people would do it in people's houses. You spread the gospel, and it doesn't require you to always have large masses of people to come into a single place to worship. I could spread the gospel and say, hey, as I go and spread the gospel, I want each of you guys to do it in your own home. We don't have to all come together in one massive place to worship. We can worship separately, the same as we can worship collectively. So when we come to church, the same way we worship in church, you can worship at home. We did it all throughout the fucking pandemic when churches weren't allowed to open. So that's why I'm just sitting there saying I get it that the buildings have a cost, but that's simply because we decide that we want to worship in mass. But it's not a requirement that I don't think God says, well, I expect to see big gatherings. He's like, no, I just want everybody to worship. I want everybody to believe in the teachings and everybody to worship. And you don't have to be this massive gathering. If it's 1 million of y'all, I want all 1 million of you to worship. You can do it individually or you can do it collectively, but just do it. So when we decided that we wanted to have these large gatherings, these large collectives, then we started bringing on the burden of obviously needing a space, because like I said, back in the Bible, they all worshiped on the hillside. They all just went to the hillside and sat on the fucking ground.
Well, sometimes it depended on who was teaching, right? Because the Jews had, they took over the churches, right? They took over the churches and the mosques.
We've always had synagogues and stuff too, and temples. So.
Well, they took them over.
And what did he feel about that?
Well, yeah, obviously he wasn't feeling too good by the way they was doing business in some of the ones that was coming in there. But he didn't say don't congregate. He just said,
I never said he didn't say not.
I know you didn't say that, Rico. I know you didn't say. I'm just being clear. Right. But what it was he just said, hey, this is the place that some people ain't even got a house to worship from, or they ain't even got a place to, they don't even have the books, they don't have the teaching, and they want to go someplace and get that.
People want to worship together as a collective. I get that.
Wait a minute, Rico, let me finish. Some people don't have the money to buy the Bible, don't have the Bible, don't have nothing. All they got is they willingness to want to learn. That's all they have, right? And so some of those people need a place to go and meet with other people that have the same drive and spirit that they want to meet. Now, you have some people that know a little more, right? Like myself, you, Vaughn, and Patrice. We could say, okay, well, you know what? I do want to meet with the brotherhood, but you know, I don't necessarily have to do that because I can learn on my own, have the discipline to learn on my own. And you know, I can always check back in to see if I'm on the right path or not. Okay, so some people like that, but there are some people, and particularly it's the poor, right? The poor need a place to go. And so that's
what I'm just trying to distinguish is the belief in people. So I think people.
But I want to tell you that you was right, where the ultimate thing is just get the information. Right. However you can get it. If you got to get it at home,
but we have
you got to go there.
Right. We have a strong desire to want to do things as a collective because the human psychology makes us, you know, there's a sense of acceptance. There's a sense of understanding. So there are huge benefits to doing anything as a collective.
Correct.
I just sit there and say it's just when we put the word business in it, it's just like, to me, that's sort of like the teaching is not supposed to be a business. Obviously,
agreed.
If we decide that we're going to come together as a collective, as everyone said, we got to have a place. We have to have books.
Agreed.
We have to have this. So we're making it a business. That's what I just want to try to distinguish, is that the worshipers are making church a business, not God is making it a business.
No.
We're creating the business model because we desire to have this collective.
There's a business aspect, just like marriage. Marriage. There's nothing, you know, marriage is not a business, but it has a business aspect. And we have to acknowledge that reality, right? Just like
and you usually don't learn that until you get a divorce. Then you learn that part.
Right. So, but Brother Clarence working on that one too. All right. So the reality is that there's a business aspect to marriage. There's a business aspect to church. There's a business aspect. Now, like most of marriage and most of church is mainly, I mean, a lot of it is emotion, right? It's an emotional thing, right? And you go where you feel the best. You marry a person you feel the best about.
Yeah, but the business, to be honest though, just to be clear, the business aspect of marriage didn't come into play until the government got involved with it. Prior to that, there was no business aspect to marriage.
Well, there was no.
Before the state became involved with it.
Let me say it this way.
Right.
It's always had, for the man, there's always been a business aspect to it where
a dowry.
When I say, well, not the dowry, but when there's a duty that you must perform. If you're going to call yourself a husband, then there's some things that you cannot escape. When you're going to be looked out for if somebody breaks in the house at night, you as a husband are probably typically going to be the one that has to step out there and go out there and see investigate the situation.
But I don't think that's business though.
No. But I'm saying that's the understanding that you're going to have. That's the understanding that you're going to have stepping into that role that you're going to have. Now, like you said, the business comes in. It gets more business-like when the state steps in and says, "Okay, you coming before me to tell me that you married? Okay, but if you decide to divorce, I get to decide who gets what and where everything's going to go." Right? So you acknowledging that through the state, right?
But prior to state marriages, well, you didn't have anything such as divorces, but it wasn't the only business was trying to.
You had divorces.
Well, but
Moses
like
was doing divorces, right?
Huh?
Moses was doing divorces, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it was business then. I think for me, it clearly became a business once the state got involved.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that.
Okay, it's a business now, but it became state government sanctioned. Once they did that, well, all bets are off.
Okay,
so I get it.
Brother Diamond X, you back in the building, man. Shout out to you, man. All right,
greetings,
what do you
sir.
say about this, man?
about what's going on with the whole church thing. I think like what you guys are saying is true, that people are saying what people want to hear. And what people have to understand about leadership is leadership does not go from the top down. It goes from really the bottom up, because you have to be able to resonate with what's inside of people. And that's why some people that really are off, that shouldn't be leaders, resonate with the people, because sometimes the people as a whole are off. And that's one of the major problems that we're having in the Black communities. Unfortunately, we've become a community of people that have become character and morally bankrupt. So one of the things that I'm focused on right now is just trying to get people to see the value in self-development, and really just working on improving yourself and improving things for other people, because we have to really go back to the basics in general and focus on self-development as a people. And it's and the thing about the church is the church teaches escapism. So people are not going to church for self-development. They're going to church to feel good. And that's the biggest thing about Black people right now. And right now we just want to feel good. That's why, Jada Pinkett slept with her son's friend. She was just like, I just wanted to feel good. And that need to feel good has really severely damaged the Black race. It's the same with drugs or anything else. It's just the need to feel good. And don't get me wrong, there's a need for that, but I think we're overstimulated with the idea of pleasure and trying to feel good. And I think that's what the problem comes down to, is the reason why people are going to church in the first place. They're not going to improve themselves. They're going to escape from the situation that they're in temporarily. That's what I see it as.
Very well said, sir. Very well said.
Yeah, I think that was very well said.
Good. Yeah, I think I definitely agree too.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because we're going for the wrong reasons. We're going to be entertained. We're going to be soothed. It's like a fix to get you through the next week. Now you can cut up all week long, but now you can get your fix. See what I'm saying? Feel good about yourself throughout the week until you need it again. And it's just not there for that purpose alone. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain healing aspect of it that needs to take place. There's a certain deliverance aspect of it that needs to be taking place. You see what I'm saying? You're not just going just to go. This is a place that should literally change your life. You see what I'm saying? If you allow it to, but because, we're entertained, because of the sensationalism, this one's so eloquent and they know how to speak. And you see what I'm saying? I'm motivated by their voice, not by what they're saying, but by their voice alone. You see what I'm saying? Oh, the choir is excellent there. So you're just motivated by the music now. You're just motivated by the music, not God, but the music. And see, that's where we get sidetracked. We're missing the message because we're looking at all of the trappings. And I'm right there.
Yes, and to follow up what you said, my brother, I remember some people had talked about going to church, and they're like, well, the choir sung the whole time. And I'm like, did the pastor say nothing? No, we just decided to have the choir sing, and the band just played the whole time. And that would be cool if it was a nightclub, but it's supposed to be church. You're supposed to go there to get a transformative message, and you're supposed to try to not become perfect, but you're supposed to try to sin less. So if you have a problem with sleeping around, you're supposed to get to the point where you can just be with one woman, So it's kind of like, when I look at the reality, but here's the thing: self-development and self-improvement is not sexy. It's just not appealing. Because when you look at losing weight, like when you're trying to lose weight, you have to change your diet. You have to go to the gym and work out, and it's not always fun. You're not always going to feel like getting up to go to the gym and work out. You'd rather sit there and watch TV. You want to eat that pizza. You want to eat those bread rolls.
Ooh, tell me about it.
Yes. So it's kind of like, but when you go through the process of self-development, on the other end, it is rewarding. But a lot of people don't want to go through the work because they used to have something in the old. And this is one thing I'll say about the old days is, when my granddad grew up, they talked about paying dues, and you had to put your time in. You couldn't, you had to at least earn your keep before you got something, and that was something that was understood. You had to go through something to get something, and I think now what has just happened, in the Black community is just that people right now kind of look at life as a party, because a lot of our people are suffering. So I used to be one of these people who used to be harsher and critical. And I think the last time I came on to your show, I had a very hardcore critical tone with myself. But when I really thought about why the people did what they did, I began to understand that when I thought about it, it's a much, bigger problem in the Black community. And I think a lot of this comes down to is we have become a right now people. Like, we do what feels good right now. If she has a fat butt and she's willing to do something, if she's married or if I'm married, I don't care, because, I'm thinking about right now. So a lot of us are not even operating as a person. We're operating on automatic pilot. We're operating on our emotions and feelings. And
But I'm sorry. I just wanted to piggyback on, because what you said, it really stuck with me, because you're right. I do think that we're in a society where people are always looking for shortcuts. No one wants to do the work, like you said. And you see, everybody online, whether it be YouTube, TikTok, whatever, everybody's chasing virality. Everybody wants to go viral because everybody wants to get to the top tomorrow. They don't want to wait for it. And you're right, like you said, it's a saying I used to always tell my sons, and they would look at me like they was crazy, because I remember having a couple of really harsh conversations with them talking about jobs that they wouldn't do. And, because it offended me and it hurt my feelings, because I was like, do you know the shit that I did to support you guys? So they was like, oh, I wouldn't do no job like that, Dad. And I'm like, I dug fucking ditches like I was a slave. I walked up and down the street with a damn sandwich board on me, advertising, freezing in the cold, but they had this mentality where I had to tell them, like, boy, it's no such thing as called starting in the middle. Everybody starts at the bottom. If you are a lawyer, if you are a doctor, when they get out of school, they don't start at the middle. They start at the fucking bottom. Everybody has to start at the bottom. So everybody you see at the top, they started at the bottom. They had to work their way up. Even I'd say, with the exception of a few people who are born into certain wealthy families, even within that family, they start them at the bottom. You at the bottom of all the other family members. You're not going to be, your son finished school and he's going to jump over the other siblings that were already out. No, you're going to start at the bottom. So literally, we are in a space that I think this shortcut society where people just don't feel like if they're not starting in the middle or somewhere higher, they're losing. They don't see the value of the struggle from being at the bottom. Because I tell them, if you start at the bottom, now you know every rung of the ladder because you climbed them all. You stepped on every rung. If you start somewhere in the middle or at the top, and then all of a sudden now you're in a position of authority and something goes wrong at the bottom, you don't know what to do. You've never been there. You have no clue.
What is that to these younger generation when they got social media, when they got, all these computerized, modern technology where they can just push a button and it's easily done for them. They don't have to think anymore so much the way we had to when we were coming up to figure things out, like literally, right? Like they don't have to do as much as that anymore because everything is so easily pretty much there for them to just push a button, Google something, or look it up on their phone or whatever, the iPad, whatever modern technology that they're using. So it's really not allowing them to think beyond that and have the conversation like deep thinkers and researchers. only if you in a certain area of a sector of your career where you actually have to do the research. Like people that do research is like scientists and engineers, and where you actually have to use your brain and modern technology together. We don't, the younger generation pretty much don't live that life where they're being critical thinkers like that.
Well, there's two things that's going to hurt them. One, they develop a false sense of entitlement. Okay, because I think that I should be.
Well, yeah, they already there. Hell, they there.
And then what it will also create is it creates also a false sense of accomplishment. So even though I think I should be somewhere and I do something, then I look around and I'm looking for a bunch of pats on the back, and then they feel let down because people are sitting there going like, so what? I created that, so no one cares. Because it's this shortcut mentality. It's this me. It's what do they call it? The me generation. It's scary. I the only place where I thank God for is that I still see it from people going through the levels. Thank God it's like in the military, because in the military everybody know your ass started at the bottom. Everybody starts at the bottom, and you have to step on every rung. But outside of that, look, watching society, these young, everybody, whether it be in music, whatever, they just expect to be successful overnight. And I'm like, that's just not the way it works. And you don't maintain success if you're successful overnight. The long, slow, hard slog, that's where you're set. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry for interrupting you. But
No, brother. You did. No, what you're saying is true. Now, one thing I'll say about climbing the ladders to the top in the Black communities, a lot of times we have not set up those ladders in the Black community, so no one knows how to climb. And I've seen a lot of brothers of all ages work very hard and not really get anything. So when people are looking at that, that can also be a problem as well too. Because we're going to have to set up some infrastructure in the Black community. So when people decide, okay, I want to own a business, we say, okay, you need to have this much capital, you need to borrow this much, and this is how much you need to spend on marketing. And we need to really get our business infrastructure set up, teaching people how to run businesses and how to build and start them. Because that's one thing that I see why a lot of the younger Black people are just doing anything. They're just willing to do whatever it takes to try to make quick money, because we haven't. Oh shit! Okay, we haven't gotten the chance to really we're gonna have to get to a point where we start giving them proper examples on how to climb the ladder, because some people do not know how to climb the ladder. So it's not all their fault. But I do understand what you're saying, Rico. I understand 100% that everybody's trying to jump in, but we have a lot of children growing up without proper parenting. We have a lot of Black people, because I'm like 45, and even back in my day, there wasn't necessarily the things that people really needed to show people how to really be successful. They told people just go ahead and go to college, but the way they presented it to us as if, you go to college, once you graduate, you're automatically going to be making the big bucks within a couple of years. And that works in some situations, but it doesn't work in, all situations. So I think when it comes to economics in the Black community, we're going to have to start from scratch with how we train Black people to even be consumers, and how we train them to be entrepreneurs. So that's something we're really gonna have to put some work on. That's a much importance, man. But and so now you're gonna talk about some Adam22, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to get over there, man.
That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the sex stuff now.
All right, that's what I'm trying to get over there. All right.
Yeah. So
if you want to get views, keep putting that on.
So final for, the Jamal Bryant, I just want to say this in closing, people that continue, unfortunately, to follow pastors like like him are going to continue to be lost in the sauce because they continuously are drinking the Kool-Aid, unfortunately. And again, it's almost cultish, like the whole Jim Jones thing. These pastors are leading a lot of their congregation to destruction, unfortunately. So I'll land my plane and I'll digress from that conversation.
All right, y'all, wrapping it up. I'm just gonna say that we lost time. He'll be back. Just gonna say that we got to watch what we saying when we in these pulpits, because I know we're trying to get congregants. I know we're trying to get people to come in and be in the church and everything like that. But we still got to watch what we saying, because, man, sometimes we might say something that can't be verified, and then somebody may be able to come back on us and harbor us, and it'll create division. Rico said he's not exactly a thumper, but he said that would have turned him off by just hearing the man say something that was just if you just critically think about it, doesn't make sense. So anyway, we got to watch what we're doing when we talking about this, and those of us that profess to have some type of connection, really closer religious connection, we got to watch what we're saying. We got to watch what we're doing, because people are watching us, and they may say, well, Vaughn didn't do this, so I don't want to be involved with the church, or Clarence didn't do this, I would never be down with them Muslims, right? So whatever. So we got to just watch what we say, how we rolling, y'all. I mean, it's basic information, man. Anyway, that's Jamal Bryant, man. Anybody wants to talk about that, man, you guys come up later. Right now, we're going to move on to this Adam22 situation, and it is an ugly situation, right? All right. This is DJ Academics, and DJ Academics is breaking down. He's actually watching the video where Adam22, for those of you who don't know, he runs a podcast called No Jumper. They're making about $1 million a month, and so in my opinion, there was no reason for him to put his newlywed wife out there having sex with this black dude, right? But
I tell you, we just glorify. I mean, foolishness and nefariousness is really glorified financially. It's just crazy. I just want to say that. Oh my God, the more nefarious you are, the more wealthier you become from the ill-gotten gains. Like, I cannot.
Can we at least take the W for saying that Adam or Lena is not one of us?
we can.
That part for a change.
It's not one of us. Like, yes,
we can. But here's the thing, Rico. A lot of men are stuck in this situation where the money's not being involved, right? Where they have to decide what they're going to do.
I'm just saying it would have been, it would have broke my heart if him or her had been us. But seeing who they are, I'm like, I still think I still don't know what the hell was on his mind. But I'm just like, I want us to at least say, look, yes, go to sleep tonight and say, thank you, God. It wasn't one of us.
Yeah.
That's a blessing.
All right.
But you know how they would have drugged them if they had been us.
Yeah. Well, one of the players was us, Rico.
Yeah, one of the players I get one of the players was.
But there's something more important here than just these people doing what they're doing. There's a bigger lesson there, and that's what I want to get into. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch a little bit of DJ Academics is breaking down. He's actually watching the actual video. Shout out to you, Dominic, man. Thank you for camming up. All right, so we're gonna watch a little bit of DJ Academics. He is going to be breaking down. Man, we must be talking about something good. Dominic's cammed up for it. All right, right on, man.
You don't see the video.
I normally don't, man. I did it by accident, man. But I think I showed my beautiful black face.
Right on, man. Right on. Okay, so here's DJ Academics, and he's breaking down the video. He's watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes! Oh, she's grabbing the ankles.
Okay, Lena, I'm so proud of you doing your first ever BBC scene that I decided that I wanted to get you a little something nice. Open your eyes.
What? This? For me? Oh my God! Babe, I really get to keep this?
This is for you. Anything for my queen.
Oh my God, I have a nicer car than you now. I love it. Thank you.
She was over for a few days. I could see that happening.
Did you look at my
Did it happen too? If you watched it, you would understand. Then I actually was nice. I was actually nice. I was kind of like, I was gentle out there in the streets. You know what I'm saying? I could have ramshacked the whole situation, but I took it nice. You know.
Wait. I didn't hear what none he was saying. He's kind of muffled now. Is this the brother that engaged with her?
He said he took it easy on her ass. But
He
if
said
you
he
see
could
the
have been.
video,
He said he could have been like Rico and just demolished everything. But he said that he has a conscience. He got a conscience over here. Patrice. He don't want to just tear. You know, just tear from limb to limb, right?
and the scuttlebutt is the brother is gifted.
Well,
so
maybe so. Maybe
yeah,
so.
he is. He's gifted in the range of 13.
Obviously.
Now this brother, he's a porn star, right?
Yes,
porn star, whatever.
Porn star.
Okay.
It's not his first time with her. He's been thousands of scenes. So
with her?
No, with other people.
No, with just different women.
Oh, okay. So now the first couple that was Jumper and Adam22 and his wife, right?
Yep.
Yes, he gave her a brand new Maserati.
Oh wow.
That little lime green Maserati.
Here, honey,
right?
here's a gift for you for. Oh God! Like
this is the thing that's
funny. Go on
and
say it, Patrice. Go on and say it.
This is the funny thing about it.
For sharing your piece with that dude. Like here's a gift for you for giving it away. The poo nanny.
There's a major lesson we gotta.
Well, here's the thing about it. Adam22 is a porn star. He does porn. So people that do that, they look at sex and relationships totally different than what regular people like me and you.
Right, but I thought it was just him and his wife doing it though. Nobody else.
No. Porn is never that.
You gotta say
yes, sir.
corn like corn on the cob. You gotta say corn like
corn
on the cob
okay.
or something. You can't say the word porn because man, they come after brother Clarence like man.
My bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't. Okay, well,
I'm just educating you. I'm just educating you. That's all.
Okay, my bad. I apologize.
And, that's all right. No, Sister Annie, that was not my Maserati. I would never buy that color of a Maserati. My Maserati is definitely going to be.
Yeah, that was ugly. Black. That lime green. That was ugly.
But here's the thing, Patrice. Here's the thing, and let's be clear. Adam22 is not he's done some corn scenes with his wife and other women, but he's not a certified corn actor because nobody would hire him. He's a white boy that does scene with his girl, who was his girlfriend. And
is he average at best? Average at best? That's why he didn't make it all the way.
So that's why it's like he never could make it into the adult industry because he's not adult industry talent qualified. But because he had a girlfriend who was an adult industry person, she just basically got other girls to come over and party with them, and they filmed it, and they would do it regularly.
Okay,
then
gotcha.
He finally, quote unquote, after he married her, gave her permission to do a scene with a guy, and I guess she had been saying she wanted to do a black guy. Did she have to get the biggest motherfucker in the industry? No. But that tells me also that Adam, she was with black guys before.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They've been living this lifestyle. This is not a new thing.
I'm saying her. I don't believe he's been doing it with her before. So he's thinking, oh, this is the first time she's with a black guy. I'm like,
nah, I know he knows better than that.
Before.
I disagree with you on that one, Rico. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
because Adam came into the scene as a skater, and what blew him up was he was doing all these. Remember, if you look at it, because I watched somebody, and I was like, "But who is he?" And they was like, "He's a skater." He started doing all these. No Jumper blew up because he would start doing these interviews with these rappers and these gangbangers out in LA. So what he was getting was when he was small, he was getting a lot of SoundCloud rappers before they started getting record deals. So he was like a Vlad22. He had all this content with these local rappers from all over the country before they blew up. So he had like Extension and all of them before they became famous. So then when they became famous, they started going back to his podcast and he blew up. But he was just a skater dude that blew up with these rappers. So all his content was black. And he liked adult sex stars. So I'm saying she was a sex star when he met her. I'm saying.
Oh yeah, well she probably have. If she was already in the industry, she probably already have been with a black guy. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question. You
wasn't even a star. She just was in the industry because she ain't even one of the top tier ones.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is there a way where y'all could see it to where you could have your wife or your significant other?
No.
Wait a minute, let me finish the question, Rico.
You said enough.
Your significant other be in that industry and they tell you, oh, that's just work. What I do with you is special. That's just work. Would that go over with anybody here?
Nah, because we're not in the industry. But if we were porn stars or if we were like that, then it would be different. But that lifestyle's alternative. It's not the same as being married to a regular person. So that's what people have to understand about it. Because I watch some documentaries about the porn industry, and they talk about that when people
industry, prawn.
I'm gonna say that industry. I'm gonna say that industry. Well, but that people in that industry, they normally get with other people who are in the industry because they only understand each other. Because I would never understand how having sex with someone could just be work. You know,
they don't date people outside the industry because it just
for the most part they don't. And some people will try to date people in that industry, and they're always going to have problems because we see sex with someone else as cheating, even if it's like, this is what you do for a living, but it's just an alternative lifestyle, man. It's just it's just something different.
They don't have a lot of marriages anyway. They have probably like 5% are married because
right.
Even within the industry, it just doesn't work. So
one of y'all did something wrong. One of y'all did something wrong. One of y'all did something wrong, and it wasn't me.
That was Diamond. That wasn't me.
I've been being good, Sister Amy. I don't know. It might be Patrice, Rico, or Diamond. One of them did something. It wasn't me, Sister Amy. I've been being good. I've been good.
Hey, y'all.
What's going on, sis?
Hey, sis.
Hi, Diamond.
Hey, how you doing, sis?
Good. It's my first time talking to you, but I had to come get you and tap you on the hand. You gotta stop with the P word.
That's what it was, right? That's what it was.
I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yeah, I'm like, me too. I'm with Patrice, man. I'm like, man, I'm looking at my shirt, looking at my clothes, make sure I'm all right, man. Make sure everything's okay. I don't know about Rico in that hat, but I think everybody else is okay. All right, sis. You have anything you want to? You have anything you want to say about anything we've been talking about?
Oh my gosh, what is going on with Jamal Bryant? First of all, but I want to go back to the subject. I can come back to it later. I want to stay on this, but yeah, he was that was something else. But this right here, with Adam22. Okay, this is what I can't figure out, and I think Rico, you just said it. Is he this guy that's on the screen now? Is he somebody that's really popular? Like, why were they okay with this person in particular as opposed to some other industry guy? Like, did he have high numbers and they felt like, oh, if she can get a scene with him, that would boost her up? Why him in particular?
He's not one of the top tier guys, but he is a well-known adult industry star. There are still some other black male talent that's above him, but he is a well-known adult industry star, black male talent. Why?
And did Adam know him, and that's why he was more comfortable? No,
that's what he said. He said that, Rico.
Huh?
He said he knew him. He said he's a friend of his.
He made let me say this. Because what Adam was doing for a while before then, he was interviewing Because if you go look at No Jumper has done a lot of interviews with men and mostly women in the adult industry business. So if you go through No Jumper's catalog, he's got a lot of videos with female, but I haven't seen him do a lot of videos or interviews with male talent. So I don't know how well he knew him. He may knew of him and may know him in passing. But if you go through his catalog, you can see he got 50 interviews with female talent, female adult industry talent, and hardly none with male. So I would have to seriously doubt he really knew this brother, because he could have done an interview with him, because he's done 50 interviews with the females. They come on just like they used to go on the Vlad and all these adult industry stars, and they make for good interviews with these women and men telling you what it's like in the industry. So the fact that Adam doesn't have a lot of content with the male stars tells me he didn't know a lot of the male stars, but he knew a lot of the female stars. And he was getting all of them through his now wife, Lena, because she knew all of them. So she would bring him on, and every time he interviewed them, usually, and then he had the guy Sharp, the pimp. He would interview them sometimes too. So I don't know why he picked that guy. I don't think he knew this guy that well. I think that's BS.
I didn't say he knew him well, but he said he knew him.
I think he knew of him, but he blessed it for her to. I think she picked him. I don't think he picked him. I think his wife said, "This is who I want to do a scene with," and he said, "Okay," and probably didn't think he was going to get the level of blowback that from everybody saying, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Why is he getting blowback?
I think this happened like a week after they got married.
Right. A week or two.
It didn't happen before you married her. This happened after you married her, and a week later, you sent her somewhere, get slutted out by this guy that just dwarfs you in every way. That's insane to me.
Okay, so so
and then
here's
you
the thing,
bring her
y'all.
home and kiss her in the mouth after you saw what she did.
Is it
wait, did y'all see the video or something?
I saw it.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I didn't. So
I saw
okay,
the
I
research first.
I can just imagine.
Rico as a historian. Rico as a historian.
you were doing the research, Rico.
Yeah,
you was researching. Okay.
I ran across. I was wow. Okay.
But is it cheating if that's your significant other's job to be out there having sex?
It's not cheating, Clarence. It's not cheating.
Not cheating?
It's not
okay,
cheating.
explain to me why it's not cheating.
It's not cheating because he gave her permission. He told her to do it. It's okay. She didn't do it behind his back.
Okay, but
yeah,
Rico,
I think if they both in agreements in it, it's just like swingers. They swing together and have the ones that have menage a trois. I mean, they're both spouses are in agreement of this situation, so that they're not cheating in the sense of
that's what makes it worse
according to their marriage.
He okayed it. Everybody's like, you gave her permission. What is wrong with you? They're not even asking what's wrong with her. They're like, what's wrong with you?
But
I don't see. Here's the thing, man. I don't see why they're giving him any blowback, knowing the type of guy that he is. He's a freak like that. That probably turned him on.
Yeah.
To see her just being with another guy. So I don't really understand. But here's something interesting about the industry. Basically, with OnlyFans and Pornhub, anybody can drop videos. You don't have to go through a producer anymore. You can use your iPhone and drop videos. You know what I mean? You can use your iPhone as long as they can see what's going on. Anybody can basically upload a video on Pornhub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you're going to become a big time, porn star. But that's what I mean in a way. Like these people the industry are not going to be big stars necessarily, but anybody can be involved because all you have to do is get your iPhone and post and make an account up to get involved in that industry. So it's very competitive now. And now not everybody, but a lot of people want to be because they think they're going to be the next, big star. It's like, especially doing that. I can see if it was hip hop or basketball, but you got to show off your body, and I don't know.
I will only say this. I will just say two things. One is, I don't, like I said, I do think he's a freak. He liked it. I think, again, he's not part of the industry. He's not a part of the adult industry. His wife is. He probably wishes he was, but he would never be in favor with them because he just doesn't have the talent. Period. He's Adam22.
But he used to do it with her.
Right. Yeah. I could do it with my wife, but the industry ain't going to invite me when they see my big belly. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not true, man.
All I'm saying is this. Writ large, he's not the type of talent that they're out there looking for. I think Adam did it for the money. That's what I think he did it for. I hear they made a lot of money just because of who he is and so on and so forth. So that's a positive thing. The one thing I will say is this, and you probably know this too, Diamond. While I can sit back and say, okay, I can understand, well, that's people of an alternative lifestyle, this, that, whatever. But you have to understand, once you go down that rabbit hole, you can't come back to regular normalcy life.
No, you can't. You can't. You're gone.
And that's a small, siloed lifestyle that those people have to live for the rest of their life. Good luck getting a regular job. Good luck having anybody take you seriously about stuff. Good luck with that. Once you go down that rabbit hole,
kind of ruined.
That's it. There's no, oh, I get a do-over. Oh, I was only that one time. And it's so many stories of young girls who got into the business, wanting to make a quick buck, and they crying, oh, I went to school, I got a degree. No one cares. This shit goes on the internet. It's forever, and you will forever be what we saw. So this woman is forever going to be what we see in that video, and Adam is going to be the little cuck that sent his wife to do it, and you can't undo that.
Right. Adam don't care about that, to be honest with you.
Right, but you can't undo that. He can't.
You can't.
Being a normal dude, and if people don't respect him, I'm like, normal people in the industry might respect you, Adam, but normal people who don't understand, they're not going to respect you because they don't understand it, and you can't make them. But don't you understand how I was secured? No, and I don't care, and I don't have to.
Well, I don't have a problem with Adam22. I mean, my whole thing is, I think he's kind of weird in other ways. The only problem I have with him is he slept with some women that were underage. I got a problem with that.
That part, that's the part I was going to get to. That I had a problem for me. Yes, this one girl in Canada before he, I guess, became really famous or whatever. That part right there for me. Yeah, him and his wife are grown adults. They can do what they want to do with their sex life, whether it's mutual or not, that's their business, right? We know, that comes with the territory with a lot of couples that live alternative lifestyles, right? But when it comes to the underage stuff, and the way he addressed it when I think that somebody else interviewed him or something, or they had a conversation with him on his podcast about it, where either they was interviewing him, and it was like he was trying to low key, basically say that he didn't know at first the girl was underage and all this, and when he got caught in a bunch of lies. So yeah, that's the part for me that I have a problem with.
All right, y'all, hold on, y'all, because Rico's got to go, got another appointment to get to, so we're gonna let him get some closing remarks in. And then we're gonna say sayonara.
All right. Yeah. Look, I gotta check in here with Mama, and then I gotta get ready for John's. So, always great to be back here with you people, family. It's always. I picked a doozy of a show to come in on. I thought you were gonna ease me back in easy.
It's nice seeing you, Rico, because you was on pace. You be on Peso Man, right?
Yes, sir. I'm the one. Okay. I'm the one over there being hated. But I'm over there.
And he love it. He love being hated.
I love a good kerfuffle. Just trying to be righteous in my position, trying to be better than Brother Jamal, trying to set a standard, and speak about things in a positive way. from the, I just take the same energy that, the same standard that I have over here is just over there in the passport space. It's about a different topic. So, my standards about things.
Passport bros.
Yeah, I try to keep same. I'm not going to try to say one thing over here and something different somewhere else. I try to say the same thing.
Can I ask you a question, Rico?
Yes, sir.
Real quick. Now, the one dude who's a passport bro, his name is Austin Hollerman. I think he's not a bad looking dude. What do you think's wrong with him?
No. Here's the thing: and we started coming completely around on Austin. It's just the fact that he blew up and became famous. The 23-year-old kid, he's young, he was immature, and what made him famous was when he went down in Brazil and got a little Brazilian tail, and it just blew his mind, right? And that was fine. Nothing's wrong with that. But for me, where he originally, first of all, he became the face of the passport movement. How the hell somebody 23 get to do that? But what also made him famous was he was crying about it was the greatest thing in the world, and then he went in on demonizing American black women, saying, get your passport, these black women back here in America, they no good, so on and so on and so on. So that's the only thing that even brought him onto most people's radar is, again, it's like, man, if you want to go to China, Thailand, Korea, wherever and get with another woman, God bless you. My wife is Salvadorian, but I ain't never shitting on no black women, ever. And I will fight to defend them until I close my eyes for the last time. So that's the only thing he did. His content's completely changed now because now he's on the continent of Africa and he's in love with Africa. He's in love with it. So I think he's doing a great job. I still think he owe American black women an apology, but I don't expect him to ever do it. So that's about it.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed like probably he probably ran into some mean sisters that hurt his feelings because sometimes our women can be a little mean.
Well, I ran into some, but I'm not gonna shit on all of them. Any didn't do
right.
Didn't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if I talk about black women, I'm talking about them too, and I can't do that because these are two good ones. So I can talk bad about the ones that did something to me, but I can't talk about all of them because all of them ain't do nothing to me.
You got a point. That's true.
Get these guys to understand.
That makes sense, Rico. I just wondered.
My daughter, that's all. All right,
because I was going to say. Okay, Rico.
But again, thanks for bringing me on. I will see you guys next Sunday.
All right, man.
All right, brother. See you later.
Yep. All right, that's brother Rico. He's got
Rico's cool as hell. I always see him on Peso Man's show. Yeah. I guess one thing I found unique about this situation with Adam22 is I don't know why everybody's making a big deal knowing that Adam22 straight up freak. So I don't see what the problem is. I just think people are trying to make something to be done.
We should not be surprised at all.
I'm not surprised at all.
Well, here's the issue. When is too much? See, now
never
think. Okay, well, we'll see. Now, maybe you might have a wife that might be a very sexually charged woman, and
nympho,
she might say,
"Just say nympho."
When it happens like that,
just say nympho.
She can just call me. I'll be on my way home. She called me. I get off work early. Okay, when my wife get like that, I get off work early.
Okay. What about this? What if I don't want to use your wife, so let me use somebody else. Let me just say a person's wife. No, brother, I'm way smarter than that. So let me a person's wife that just some random person, their wife was to say, hey, I may be interested. I'm having these thoughts about expanding our marriage and doing some other things in our marriage, right?
That's something that's something the two of y'all should talk about. Now I'm not for that. I don't believe in open marriage and all that kind of stuff. I just want to be with just me and my wife. But that's something people need to talk about before they get married. Like if you want to have an open marriage, you talk about that in advance. And because here's the thing, white folks are totally different than us when it comes to stuff like that, especially white people that have money. White people will pay people to have sex with their wife.
Well, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that, Diamond, but let me finish. Okay, so she says, hey, I want to expand our marriage and bring other people in, right? So the average guy says, oh man, she wants to bring some more women in, cool, no problem, right? With the underlying,
Could be though.
and she may do it, and
She may be
then
bisexual.
at certain point, she's gonna say, "When I'm giving you all these women, I think I should have a chance to have another man come in as well." And first it's gonna be, "Oh, with you, I want you with you." Then it may turn into something. See, my point in all of this is not, I'm not a judge of them. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. But my point is, certain things you got to be ready for, right? You have to be ready for. If you're going to open this door, then you need to be ready for the fact that, okay, well, she may ask to sleep. Now, she may sleep with one of these guys, and she may feel like, hey, that was outstanding. I want to go back for more. I love you, but but this man gave me a sense of pleasure that I never felt before. I would like to go back and see if I can reclaim that, right? So my issue is, when is enough enough? When is it time for us to say, okay, if somebody approach you for something like that, what should you say? How should you respond? Because I was watching, like I said, I was watching something where a guy caught his wife out. Caught his wife out with her boyfriend, and instead of saying to the boyfriend, "Okay, congratulations, she's your woman. You ain't got to worry about me being involved with it no more," he goes on to question the women, question them whether they had sex. What are they doing here? We got a child. You should be at home. Where's my child? That's the only question I would ask. Where's my child? I'll go pick him up. Right? That's it. Why even go into it? But see, sometimes we don't understand how to respond in some of these situations. And I'm bringing this extreme situation with Adam22 to kind of open the door for the conversation. What is too much? What is too much?
I think you have to discuss it in advance. If you're going to ask me what too much is, I think people should discuss the idea of what they want to do in their marriage in advance before you do anything.
They should. But I'm always teaching about this. There are certain desires that they have that they are known. They're known knowns. They're known desires, right? And then there's unknown desires. There's hidden desires. There's hidden desires that aren't going to come up until a trigger fires them off, right? Compliment from some other man, smelling the other man's cologne, seeing his car, whatever the trigger may be. That
well, you have to look at
desires.
Right, but here's the thing with that.
What do you do when a hidden desire shows?
Well, that's a good question. It comes back to the same thing. It comes back to control, self-development, and it comes back to thinking long term. Because here's the thing. I could meet a woman, even I've been married for 15 years. I could meet a woman and be dying to get in the panties. I could be turned on. My whole body could react. But it's up to me to say, am I going to do this or not? And if I do this, what are the consequences? What's the reward? And even if my wife was to stay with me, it's still going to be severe consequences because now I've severely damaged her by cheating on her. Now, if it's that bad and I have to have this other woman, I have to go to my wife and say, this is what I want to do, and then decide how that's going to make her feel. But in the long term, it's a fleeting thought. All that desire stuff, it all goes away eventually. You don't need to. We have to be able to think long term. And I don't think that just because you want to do something or because something looks good, even if you're single, every girl you want to sleep with doesn't mean that you should sleep with her. So it's about, people have to learn self-control. Just because something seems to be good to be doing doesn't mean you need to be doing it. That goes back to the whole church thing. Like church is supposed to teach you.
I was gonna say that we just spoke on this whole feel good thing, and that's the thing that people is addicted to.
Yes, and the thing about it, so bad
in that moment. If it ain't, if it's nothing but one time, I just gotta do it. If it's just one time, and I ain't gotta tell my spouse, they ain't gotta never know. I can take this to my grave. Let's be real. A lot of us, a lot of human beings do that, and unfortunately, it can cause them their marriage if it's found out, if the spouse ever finds out about it, right?
Or sickness. I mean, if you have to hold that inside of you, it's like a stone. I'm not trying to hold no shit like that. I got to keep secrets and all of
And the
this stuff.
risk you're taking to bringing something home to your spouse as well.
Smokes.
Because everything that looks good to you ain't good for you. Just
Hey, listen, man, I've had a few situations where I've really wanted to do something, but something said, just hold up a little bit. And I'm glad that I was able to practice restraint. And I think when I was in my mid to early 20s, I was having issues finding women that wanted a stable relationship. So I decided not to engage sexually for like a year. Right? I didn't have sex for like a year or close to a year, and did not get involved with nothing like that. If it wasn't going to be something going towards marriage, I didn't get involved. And doing that for like a year really taught me what the human mind is capable of. And I think people need to learn how to restrain yourself at times. Like say, you know what, I'm not going to eat any pizza for like 4 or 5 months, and just see how long you can go with just holding certain things back. Doesn't mean you need to be repressed. I'm not saying that we need sexual repression. We need to be able to express ourselves sexually, but we don't need to be sexually reckless. You know what I mean? So I feel like there needs to be balance. We need to acknowledge our sexuality, acknowledge that sex is here for pleasure and for us to enjoy, but it has to be enjoyed in the proper context, which I would say would be within a relationship or a marriage. I would say
definitely, because sex and responsibility were born on the same day.
Yes,
they were born on the same day, and they're joined at the hip. But the Caucasian society has always tried to remove the responsibility from the sex. Like I mentioned them many times. They have 3 ways that they came up with. The Greeks came up with. The Romans followed suit. They came up with 3 ways how to remove responsibility from the sex, right? The first way was bestiality, right? They said, hey, we can go out here and have sex with animals, and we can remove the possibility of conception, which removes the possibility of responsibility. We can go to the next thing they tried was pedophilia. They said, hey, we can remove the possibility of sex by having of responsibility by removing the possibility of conception by having sex with prepubescent children, right? Then they went a step further, and they said, they came up with homosexuality. They said, well, we can remove the altogether the possibility of a conception by having the same sex relationships, right? This is documented in the Greek history and in the Roman history. So they came up with these things, right? And they pretty much spread that philosophy wherever they went, right? Got it down into Egypt, got it down into a lot of other places down there in Europe. They got it all over the place, right? So my point is, even up to today, they kept those traditions even up to today, where they were able to, especially in slavery, promote these kind of behaviors to who they chose. They wanted people to be that way with, right? They see a little boy on the plantation. He might be even their son, right? He might even be a little boy he might be their son or whatever, or daughter. And they jump on him anyway, right? Or jump on her anyway, right?
Yeah.
Because she's prepubescent. So my point is this. Some of these things aren't new where they try to remove the responsibility. But now, since they want to have, some of them still have sexual relations heterosexually, but at the same time, they don't want to have the responsibility in the way. And so what I'm saying is, it's hard, like Rico was saying, because you guys said it was true, it's hard to go backwards. Okay, well, now I'm going to be responsible now, because I'm going back into this now that we're going back. I see the light. I don't want to live this kind of lifestyle, but I see the light. I want to go backwards. This is my point. See, a lot of men, a lot of women are having to make these decisions now, currently, bam, where somebody comes to them, right? See, people will have hidden desires because they have desires, but then they have the hidden desires, which are unknown to them. But they have some desires that are known to them, but they don't say anything. Why? Because they know that, like Patrice was saying, it'll break up the marriage. It will break up the marriage. If the truth comes out, the marriage will break up, right?
Right. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, sir. It's not about the desire itself. It's about your actions, what you do. Because I could decide. Here's the thing. I'm 44 years old, and I could see a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old girl who's developed, who has a nice body, and really want her. But it's up to me to say, is this worth the consequences of what this could do? How that could hurt her, and how that could hurt me in my marriage. So it's up to me to take responsibility and say, you know what? Even though she's attractive to me, I know I can't do this. So it's the same thing with your desires, your hidden desires, your unknown desires. You have to weigh the options. You can't just react. You have to.
I understand that, brother, but everybody's not built that way, right?
Oh yeah, but if you find they're not built that way, you just cut them off. Then if you find they're not right, then you just.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why they hide.
Cut them off, man.
Hide these things, and they just say, hey. Like, for example, a woman to come home and say, hey, look, I saw Ramon at the office today. He was looking good. I'm thinking about maybe we can, maybe include Ramon. The average woman's not going to come home and say something like that, right? They're going to say, hey, why don't we expand our, thing, and, let's bring some more people involved. Don't you think that would be fun? And then at a certain point, Ramon is going to enter in the picture, and the guy's going to say, wait a minute. I didn't know you were talking about bringing Ramon in. I thought you were just talking about Shaniqua and Shaquita. What's going on here? Right? What's going on? Come on, man. I did all these things for you. Can't you just do this one thing for me? Right? So they will use the good that they supposedly it was a good thing for you against you.
Of course.
The situation. So my point is, it's all. It's murky. It's all murky. And that's why I say, in my opinion, it should be discussed up front, right? You should know if your person wants to do something like that. But here's the difference between all of us is the level of discipline we're willing to apply to thoughts that we have. We all have thoughts that are off the hook sometimes, right? Because we got influences. We got the TV telling us that, people that are shot dead are dead. Right, but in reality, that's an actor. That person's not really dead, right? But I'm telling you, we got all kind of different influences on us that could help, that could energize unhealthy thoughts. So we all have to check that all the time, right? But what I'm saying is, some people don't have that level of discipline to check all of that all the time, and so how is that going to go? They might be a good person. Hard work.
Well, you already see how it's going now. That's why the black community's messed up now. And that's what I was talking about, is we're going to have to get to the point where we have discipline. Because here's the thing that's interesting. Basically, what I thought about is eventually in the black community, this may sound crazy. This idea may sound crazy, but basically starting basically a righteous, sex club where people get involved, but you do what you want to do, but you have to be honest. The only rule is you got to be honest with your partner. You know what I mean? Like me, I'm cool. I'm with my wife, and that's all I want to be with. I don't have desire to be with anybody else. But for those who do, you just have to be honest. You know what I mean? So that's the biggest thing I think, we need to look at in the black community. We need to look alternatively, and we don't need everybody to necessarily be stuck to the situation where you have to marry one person and only be with one person, because everybody's not. Well, maybe some people aren't wired that way, but we need to encourage people to be who they are. But you still have to be who you are. In reason, there has to be a certain amount of rules and regulations. Huh?
I said, of course.
Yeah. So I think the problem with the black community is not the fact that black people want to have sex. It's the fact that we rebel against structure and order of doing anything, and that becomes a problem. And that's what the problem really comes down to. It's not the sex itself. It's the fact that we don't have any structure and we don't like order and discipline in doing things right. Because here's the thing. In some tribes, people have multiple partners, but if someone gets pregnant, the whole tribe is going to take care of that child. So that's a little bit different. In the black community, can operate that way. If people want to sleep around, as long as a child is born, we say, okay, that child's we're going to make sure that child is taken care of, because there are houses where there's like 8 women and 8 men, and everybody has sex with everybody else. But if someone turns up pregnant, everybody in that house is going to take responsibility for raising that child.
But see, Diamond, this is the reason why that poly life has gotten so popular in the Black community, with men and women alike, because they do just want to have sex with any and everybody and still be in relationships. Unfortunately, we hear about it all the time on these panels. I think that they are using poly as an excuse, for wanting to do that. They justifying it with poly, not really knowing that there's levels and rules even to living a poly lifestyle. And they,
Right.
To me, in my humble opinion, the conversations I've heard when these conversations are being had, it's because they want to do it, but they don't understand the rules that should apply to it. And, when they're married to someone, the respect, the discipline, the boundaries, even in those type of relationships, poly relationships and marriages, there are rules and levels to it. And I think that they use poly as the name excuse because of the simple fact they want to have sex with multiple partners, period.
Well, what's happened, that's where I think in the last 40 to 30 years, the Black community in general has got the whole Jezebel spirit put on it, and it's just getting more open. Because basically people just want to, but it comes down back to the same thing. People just want to feel good. People are just looking for the next high. That's all this is really coming down to. This comes down to that boning the new person brings on the new high, the new feel good, the new novelty. Then it's on to the next person after I get tired of that person. So it's just it's no structure, there's no order, no discipline. So basically, what you're saying, sister, you're right. Is they're not really interested in polyamory relationships. They're just interested in just trying to have sex. But this comes back to the men, because the men were some of the first ones who were trying to get out, who were trying to not force, but they were trying to get Black women into casual sex. And now the men are starting to complain because now it's hard to find someone who wants to be in a stable relationship. And they interview some young Black girls. They're like, "Oh, I just want to have one night stands. I don't want to be in a relationship. I don't want to get married for right now." So it's just true.
Diamond, even in the porn industry now, because we can remember back in the 70s and 80s and 90s when the porn industry was banging and booming. But look what corn industry was banging and booming back then, and they were, it's always been a $1 billion industry, right? So, but remember when the corn industry had to shut down when that 4-letter word came, and a lot of them was meeting their demise with that 4-letter word that starts with an A and ends with an S. What's happening to them? They literally had to shut that industry down. Now, not what is that noise? Oh my God! Not only has that is still starting to rise again, but the word that starts with the H and ends with an S is also rising.
Noise. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it was a scraping sound, a loud scraping sound.
Yeah,
I think Diamond is not on mute.
Oh, okay. There's a there's a rise of that again. It's a rise of that again that's coming in that industry because of in that industry also. Not only do they sleep with the opposite sex, but they sleep with the same sex as well in that industry.
Yeah, they don't talk about that as much. They
not having that conversation, right?
No, they don't talk about it because a lot of guys in that industry get hired to be with other men because that's where the money's at sometimes. Yeah.
And you get paid more money. Exactly. And then you having the rise of these said diseases, STDs starting to be on the rise again in that industry again. So again, like I said, we know a bunch of back then in the day, that Ron guy, it was a couple of those corn stars that died in the late 80s, early 90s from that 4-letter word. So it's starting to happen again.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. We got to start getting moving because we had 3 hours and 32 minutes. So we got to start wrapping up. But I got one more question for us on this Adam22. I didn't hit this Adam22 thing. We spent a little more time on Jamal Bryant than I thought we were, but that's cool. No problem. I got one more question. Now, George Macon, he's a content creator out here, and he did a video on this particular situation, and he asked the question, is there a fetish for the black male appendage? I'm asking you guys, do you guys think
absolutely
a fetish for the black male appendage?
Absolutely. And but here's the thing that's interesting. Everybody thinks that every black man is packing and every black man is some kind of monster in the bedroom, and that's been a fetish probably since slavery, because what they don't talk about is lots of Caucasian women were sleeping with black men even in the time of slavery. So everything they're doing to them in porn, they're doing it to them, and they were doing the same things with those guys even back in slavery.
Agreed.
So what's happened to the black man is he believes that since he can have sex with white women and they're willing to put their mouth on him, that she cares about him. And it's an interesting thing, because some of these women will let you urinate on them. Just because they'll do that does not mean that they love you or care about you and the plight of your people. And what has happened in the black community, we've gotten the difference between sex and love confused, because you can wanna have sex with someone and totally dislike that person. So just because someone wants you for that does not mean that they love you. But the black man's genitalia has definitely been fetishized. And what's interesting is that Malcolm X had said, even in his book, that there was groups of black men who sold themselves to white women. That's always been something that people don't talk about a lot, but there was always the desire for white women to have sex with black men. So people don't talk about it as much because it doesn't sound as cool. But the idea of jungle fever has always been there, and there also was a thing for a big thing for white men buying black women in prostitution as well. So that's where that lands at, man. But yes, they've always fetishized. They think we're all got 12 inches or something like that, when barely anybody has that much. And plus, that hurts women anyway. So it doesn't some dudes that they really are packing, they have problems with women because women don't really want to be with men that are big for real. All
right. So anybody else do you think that because I hear that a lot, and this guy even said on a couple of the videos that a lot of white men pay him to have sex with their wives, and they would just sit in the corner and watch, and I guess they look at him as a tool, right? They're not really looking at him as a human being, which the wife could actually get involved with as a human being, looking at him as a tool, and so they don't, therefore, not threatened by his presence. They're only saying he's just a tool. He's just a sexual tool, just like one of those self-pleasuring tools they have in the store, in those or whatever.
That's exactly what it is.
I would say I believe there's some truth to that, and even someone like myself who has interracially dated before, I have noticed a difference in a man that is curious for like you said, the jungle fever, for the curiosity of the fetish, or for the curiosity of genuinely wanting to be in a relationship with a woman. So I would say there is some truth to that on both sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
Right. Can I ask you a question, ma'am? So you were saying you have dated interracially before?
Long as you don't call me ma'am, yeah, you can actually.
I knew you were gonna get it for that. I saw that one coming from 100 miles away.
I apologize, sister.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Diamond. I'm kidding.
That's okay,
yes,
man.
exactly, honey. And I'm just kidding. And I am older, so I don't mind. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. But go ahead.
So you're saying you dated outside of your race?
I have, yes, and And not just Caucasian. Let me be clear on that. I mean, I spent a lot of time overseas. I've been in the entertainment business for over 30 years. So there was not always the luxury of me having people that look like me everywhere I traveled a lot. So
no, it's all good. No,
in my lifetime.
No, I'm not coming at you in a way to say that. Oh my God, no. I was just. It's more like I wanted to ask you the question of
No, it's no problem. Go ahead.
How were you? How do you feel that those guys treated you, and did they see you as a sexual object, or did they see you as a holistic human being?
Now, I will say this. I just said earlier, I have been, in my lifetime of, of dating for, since I was in my late teens, early 20s, and traveling and touring over the world. There are a sector of men of other races that absolutely there is a fetish or I will say a fetish for the curiosity of wanting to know what it's like to be with a Black woman or a Black man. I've seen it in both. I've seen it in men and I've seen it in women. And I have dated outside my race long enough to know the difference of when I know what that man's angle is when he's coming at me. I know the difference. And is this a fetish thing with you, or are you someone that's genuinely interested in me to be in a relationship with me, to treat me a certain way? Now, my experience has been very well. I would say men are men when it comes to that. In my selection of men that I've dated outside my race, men are men. I've met white guys that are no good like Black guys, or a Hispanic guy, or what. Like, I've dated a Hispanic guy. Well, he was Cuban, and a Black and a Japanese and a Black guy, and then a Caucasian guy. So I will say, in my experiences, in that men are basically the same. They're men. Have I come across men of other races that I could tell, yeah, you totally, it's a fetish with you, or it's just the fantasy of even wanting to say you've been with a Black woman for the first time. I've come across men like that. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
All right, y'all. All right, here we go. Here we are. 3 hours, 40 minutes.
Wait, do you mind if I just answer that, Brother Clarence?
No, not
the question you asked?
No, just kidding. Yes.
Okay. I think that what I notice is when you see, in particular, like a interracial relationship, and you see where it's a white woman with a Black man, the assumption is his package. If you see it the other way, where it's a white man and it's a Black woman, you're assuming that it's for the money. So I think that there is a fetish. I do believe that. Respectfully, it should be. And then it's unfortunate that it is, because Black men are much more than just what their package is. I'm gonna tell you what's funny. When I was in high school, one of the more handsome white boys in the school wanted to be my boyfriend, and I just in my ignorance back then, I just never even fathomed the thought of me dating someone outside my race. That was definitely my ignorance back then. But I think that there is a fetish.
Okay. Vaughn, anything?
Well,
I think he said
on this particular topic, I would just definitely, I choose to wait to the closing remarks, and then I'll give my statement on all of that.
Okay.
But listening is very interesting. Well, okay.
Sorry, sir. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. I guess what I was going to say is the way I've seen it in most cases, it does seem like it could turn into love, but it starts off kind of fetishy. But I've never dated someone outside of my race per se. I wouldn't call it, dating. But it just never seemed I could never seem to find anybody outside the race to really click with. But then once I got into like the pro-Black stuff, then it's like, I stayed. I wouldn't, go outside then because I was on the pro-Black stuff. But I've seen some white guys really want to wipe up some black women. I remember a woman who was 20 years older than me that I know. She told a story about how she had a big crush on this white dude. This white dude was really feeling her, but she didn't do it. She didn't want to go to the prom with him because he was white. So, again, I think some of the stuff, it all depends on, what's the risk, what's the lose. And also when you have mixed children, that can also cause conflict because now they're in between two cultures. And if the cultures don't like each other, then that can be problematic as well. So that's something people have to think about. Like if they're going to date
Well,
in a race.
I have mixed grandchildren, not child, but my son's black, my husband was black. So, but his 3 youngest children are biracial. Their mother is Caucasian, but he married a black woman first. So my first grandchild is fully black. And then he's with his fiance who he's with now. She's Caucasian and they have 3 and they're biracial. So yeah, but to your point, it could be a problem if you allow it to be. You know what I mean? I every relationship that I was in that wasn't me being with a black man, conversations about race was had. I believe they necessary because you need to know. I've always wanted to know the perspective of why the man wanted to date me. Was it a fetish? What was it deeper? Are you culturally educated, and do you know different struggles and different things that my race has had, and what attracts you to that, or what didn't attract you to it? What's your stance on certain things? Like those were conversations I always had when I was in interracial relationships. So I don't know about anyone else, but I think that if you are in an interracial relationship or marriage, race you can't sit and ignore race. If you're going to be with this person, marry this person, have children with this person, like it's going to come up, because if you ignoring it as adults and act like you don't exist to know that I'm from a different race than you, but then you bear children and they come home crying to you one day talking about they were called the N word or the this word, because the children get it from both sides, right? They get it from, you're not black enough, or you talk white and you're too black, or you're too white and you act this way. They're going to get it from both sides. So you have to have that conversation. And I've had that conversation with my son, because I raised my son. My son is very culture into black culture, because he grew up specifically around black people. But later when he went into the service, we have different experiences in life. He went into the service, he met other races of women and started dating them. Just like when I toured overseas in Japan and other places, the lack of people that looked like me was not there. So that those opportunities allowed me to be able to date interracially and experience other cultures and different things like that. But race has always got to be in the conversation, or you just being totally what do you call it, you being you're suffering from cognitive dissonance of it, from it, and you're not having a conversation. And now we have family members that are marrying outside their races too. So when they come around, when it's the family gathering and the family reunion, like, hello, the tension, if you're not having conversations and people just totally ignoring it and act like it don't exist, that's a problem.
Right. Yeah, that's all I was saying. I was just saying that at least those things, before someone dates interracially, they need to think about those things and just, at least think about it. I'm not saying, people do what they do, but you think about it. You know what I'm saying? You think about it before, especially when you're talking about having children. If you're just talking about hooking up with someone of another race, hey, do your thing. But when you're just talking about bringing children into the world, that's something, you got to think about. But I have to take off for the day. It's been nice talking to you, people. I enjoy it.
All right, Diamond. Good to see you. Good talking to you again.
All right,
bro. All right, man. Y'all have a good one, okay?
You too.
Yeah, you too, brother. You're welcome anytime, man. Come on back. All right.
Sister Annie, I yield the floor to you, Sister Annie.
You got to. Don't mess with these Tauruses, man. Don't mess with these Tauruses out here. All right. Anybody wants to start off with a closing remark? We all the home team, so anybody can go. Anybody?
I can go since I wasn't on the full thing, so I probably don't have as much to say as y'all. But
yeah, because I'm all ears of what you got to say about Jamal Bryant's sister. I swear, I'm all ears. No, I just want to let her know. I really want to hear her opinion on it.
Oh,
I just feel like that was an insult to God, honestly.
Why?
Because if Jesus is God, then he's always about his business. And what we do, if we have to envelop ourselves in smaller things that are working towards the bigger good. And while he may not see what Jesus was doing as something that was working towards the greater purpose of him being here, then I feel like he's just missed the word, period. So to say that, it's reckless in it's vile in its thought, but it's reckless in its delivery. That's a conversation. If you need to have that as a sidebar. You are over a church. You are over a flock, and you're saying this. It's like these are the thoughts that we, sometimes if I'm talking to my sister, or if I, talking to myself in my head, there's some things I would never say out loud because I'm stumbling through it. I'm saying, oh, what about this? What is this? I wouldn't bring that out. But that's reckless to say that. Because now what you're doing is you're confused. I'm sorry,
Sister. I said, shout out to Bolo TV.
Okay.
Glad to have you in the building.
I got a question I want to ask you too, Sister Annie, when you're done.
Yeah, but it's confusing his flock. And that's just so not good. And he didn't even do it in a place where maybe in a Bible study so it could be discussed. Like he has this thought and then it's talked through. You bring it out on a platform as if it's absolute. We can't, he's charged with more. If you don't want that responsibility, step down. But that it's forgive me, Lord, but that's ignorant in its thought. Just the concept of that. How do you say God was out of order? And especially as a pastor. It was offensive.
Now I got two questions.
Sometimes when you're trying to Brother Clarence knows, and I'm up here fussing at you, Patrice. I didn't fuss as much in the back chat as I wanted to. But we have to be open to correction too. And I'm praying that one of his fellow pastors, somebody that has his ear, talk to him, and he comes out with some other teaching. It was offensive to me. I'm not that. I don't listen to his teachings. I don't get fed. That doesn't mean that other people that do listen. So if you're listening to this and that's your pastor, or you enjoy listening to his teachings, good for you. I don't get fed by his teachings, so I wouldn't listen to him. So the only reason that I even heard that was because of what this thing is. So I tend to not go to get refueled or to get taught or to be to have fellowship in places where it's just an empty tank. So, but no, it was very offensive, and I'm praying over whatever that was that caused him and motivated him to speak in that way. And then it's almost like he even got more hyped up because, and so I'm saying this about the people that were in the church. Stop doing all that fanfare for recklessness. Just cheering, coming up, walking up. Stop that. Stop that. Say,
Sister Annie, two questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
The first one, why you feel like you had to say, God, forgive me for holding your fellow brethren accountable? And two, this is a hypothetical question.
Mm-hmm.
If you were a member of his church with a track record like his, at what point would you or would you stop being a member based off of his behavior?
First, the reason why I said that is because I believe in scripture when you're saying something that you say it to the person first. So me speaking out is kind of out of order also, because you go to your brother. There's no way I can go to him, so this would just be the only way. You got to have this conversation. So that's why I said that. If he was my pastor and he said that, I would, because like and I'm saying one of my pastors, because I know you're supposed to have a church home, but I need to be fed the word. I'm not so committed to like this structure of I gotta, just this church is your church, this is your church. But there was a pastor that they had a guest pastor, and when he spoke in his transparency and openness when he was speaking, he gave his social security number and something else. So I emailed the pastor and I said, hey, that was a good message. But I would just say, because I knew they were going to, have it up on YouTube, if there's a way to block out that information, because somebody can just go and chart, do fraud. So I didn't get a follow up with the email, but I am charged to speak on something if I see that there's something that I'm not in agreement with, and I try to do it in decency and order. So if he after saying that, and there's some communication from the congregation to say, hey, what's up with that? And then he did nothing to just either come back to the church and just talk about it and say where that came from. And, and even if he didn't change it, just come and say, hey, listen, we needed more than you just doing this sound bite and not coming to us as your flock and explaining that. If he didn't do that, I would not be there anymore. So I give everyone, hey, did you get caught up in it? Yeah. So I wouldn't leave right away.
Did you misquote, or did you miss,
yeah,
what you mean by, I'm just curious as to what be people's their breaking point. You're like, right, what do, especially Christians, because a lot of times I see them in the church and they know that a lot of nefariousness is going on with their pastor, the church, and a lot of scandal, a lot of this, and they hang in there for dear life. And then if you can't go to that pastor, like you said, with the question or challenge something without, like you said, not getting a response or getting pushed back, at what point is it going to be people's breaking point till they say, okay, this is it. This is where I draw the line. This is my deal breaker for me. I tried to hang in there. It's been 3 years of nefariousness. Now I got to walk away. So that's why I asked you that question. Nefariousness.
OG Patrice, now I would say this, right? And I may have been clear when I said it the first time, but I would not just, this one thing happened and that. So to your point, like what you're saying, if this is just like he's just keeping up.
Yeah, I'm saying it because like he has a track record.
Yeah,
right,
well, one, like his delivery is distracting to me, and I've tried to listen to him not as a this is where I'm going to come for all the time that I want to be fed, but his delivery is not. It doesn't match my ears. I can't receive stuff like that. That yelling and I can't do, like, that's distracting to me.
Yeah.
But
the fire and brimstone,
the consistency in his walk is, so it's just a lot. So I don't even. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you answering that for me. Honestly, thank you. I do. I be wanting to get y'all perspective to know, like, because I get it about your faith and all of that. Like, I get that. Like, I have that as a person that no longer subscribes to organized religion. I still believe in God. I still, you know what I mean? So I get that part of it. But I guess my part that I've always wanted to ask the ones that continue to stay in these type of organizations, what is going to be your breaking point? You know what I mean? For you, what would be your deal breaker? Yeah.
Well, and I know that, like, when I hear not just on panels, but I just hear people, period, where they talk about y'all, and this is not focusing on you, but they say, like, y'all Christians. Like when I hear people say it, and I know, like I know how to hear y'all Christians and know what is behind it, and I'm not
Right.
offended, right? So because
Right.
I know that where that comes from is when somebody say y'all Christians, I know that's where that's coming from. That's somebody that was reckless, that's not representing properly. So you should say y'all Christians. You know, I would like sometimes, like when people say that they make that distinction of, here are some people that I've recognized, and I know you're not gonna say this in a long sentence, but like,
Right.
here are the people that are not being true to their
Right.
faith, and they are causing what is supposed to be something that's positive and good. They're making it, they're tainting it, they're putting, like, you know, too much sugar or not enough sugar in the Kool-Aid, and making the great Kool-Aid taste jacked up, you know. So when I hear that, I don't get offended. So I'm able to, like, if I was like, say if I was on a panel and somebody was saying that, I'm not, first of all, it's not me. It's not hitting
And
me.
if I
So,
say y'all Christian or Christian, y'all know I don't mean everyone,
no. Oh
right?
no.
Like,
Well, that's
Yes,
what
you
I'm
do,
saying.
Patricia.
But
Yes, you
sometimes
do.
when people are in
let me
conversation,
be clear about
and no, but sometimes, and I don't expect people to always be perfect in their wording. So like when you or anybody says that, I can feel where that's coming from. So one, I'm not, you know, a hit dog, a holler. I didn't get hit with that. So like when I
Okay.
hear it, what I'm doing is I want to hear you. So sometimes when in trying to hear somebody, you can't listen to their words. You got to listen to the emotion behind it, and you got to listen to the follow-up of that. So I'm not going to let myself be distracted by you Christians, because I want to hear where they've been hurt, where there's been some misdirection, where there's been some inconsistencies, because then what that means is that what I got to do in that conversation, I got to pray to God, help me fill that gap, help me maybe erase a little bit of that, not for my glory, for you. So that's why I don't run away from that wording.
Okay.
I don't run away
Yeah,
from that
because you're right.
conversation,
You
because then
right.
that's me running away. That's my flesh. Because what
Right.
is for the greater good of God, I got to be able to sit in that, or it's going to constantly be you Christians, and it's going to grow bigger. So it's not just the 2 or 3 that they experienced it with. Now it's the group. Now it's everybody at their job.
Right.
Now it's
Everybody think
everybody
they
on
talking about
YouTube. We
everybody.
got to be able to sit in some uncomfortable words to be able to still sit there to glorify God. So.
Right, because when they drag in black women, I don't feel offended by that. I'm not included because I know I don't consider myself one of them black women that they're talking about. So like I can totally let that fly over my head. If it don't apply, let it fly, right? So so with the I forgot what I was gonna say. I had a train of thought, but never mind. Go ahead, Vaughn. You can go ahead. I'll get it back.
Oh, is it my turn? Because I'm not clear. Are we doing closing remarks?
Yeah. Oh no, yeah.
Oh,
But
no, go ahead. No, listen, go ahead and finish your conversation because I'm just here for the duration.
No. I had forgot what I was gonna say. I got caught up in a good juicy conversation with Sister Annie, and I forget.
You
I
want me to
lost
do my
totally.
closing? I'll do
I
my closing
totally
remarks.
no. I totally lost my train of thought.
So, Sister NA. So, what were your closing remarks? Because I want
that
you to
was
say
about it.
them without interruption, so that you can really give them, and then we can hear them. Because I know you guys went into a whole different conversation, and that's cool. I get it, but in regards to this, just a closing remark, and then maybe the other person can give theirs. Because if we interrupt each other during the closing remarks, then we're not able to really get that closing that we're looking
Well,
for.
Vaughn, I had 2 questions. I had 2 questions. I asked 2 questions, so that's why the
No, it's
conversation
okay.
was there.
Listen, we can close for the next 30, 40, 50 minutes. I'm good with that. I'm just saying, let me know when it's actually closing remarks, because then I can give mine.
No, that was I just, because I had already talked about Adam22. Actually that was really good. OG Patrice, that conversation came out because I think that happens a lot. So to the summation of my closing remarks, what I would say is that we have to recognize that even pastors are out here not doing sometimes the best to magnify and glorify the kingdom. And what we don't want to do is, when we want to bring light to it, because like we said, we don't have the advantage of being able to go to somebody, directly to him. So sometimes this is the only way. So I say this, and I say it. I pray with ill motives on my part when I'm speaking about him. But it was offensive to me. It reiterated why I don't listen to him, and wouldn't listen to him. And I like. It seems like with him, when he said certain things, like I think when he was talking about the thing with the weed or the planting in the back of the church, like when I've just listened to,
we're gonna start sell weed in the church.
I've listened to his follow-ups after that, and he's been consistent in what, at least to me, feels like arrogance and self-serving.
Oh gosh.
I think that we need to be mindful in our in who we follow. We sometimes want to follow a name. We sometimes want to be loyal to a church, a channel, a group, a club, an organization. We have to know when it's okay to bow out and exit stage left.
I'm so glad you said that. You just made me remember now what I forgot. You're right. You're right. And I agree that it shouldn't take like one time, because like I talked about my experience when I was going to the mega church in Illinois, it was things that I was side-eyeing that was lead up to one main incident happening, and we walked out the church and never came back. So you're right. It's not just a one-off, right? It was a multitude of things that was happening in that church that led up to, okay, now this is the big doozy. This is where I'm drawing the line. I'm walking out and I'm not coming back. So you're absolutely right about that. I just want to say that. I remember what I had to say. So thank you.
Yeah. And to the Adam22 part, just to sum that up, I can't decide for somebody else what's fine in their relationship. That would not work for me. I'm not a person that watches that stuff. I am somebody that's interested in, like, cause I think his name Lexington Steele. I think that's his name. But he used to have a online radio station. What I am sometimes interested in is like understanding people, like why they do things. And he used to have a radio station that came on, or it was the clips of it, I think, came on YouTube. But he would talk to like other people in the industry, and they would just talk about different things. So I did listen to that, because I just would sometimes try to understand, like,
independent research.
Yeah, independent research. But just figuring out like why people do certain things. Do they have challenges in their relationship when they do? Because here's the reality: that industry is a huge industry. It helps some people. It's there. It's not going anywhere. But I sometimes just like to understand like why people do it. So I really do listen for educational purposes and stuff like that. But if that's something that they feel like works well, then good for them. But I think that sometimes when we open some doors, we don't recognize that when we open one door, we say, oh, you know what? This key fits another door. Let me see if that'll open up. Oh, it opens this one too. And it can just kind of sometimes get really perverted. It can get real addictive. So I would just caution people that, feel like, oh, I'm gonna just do this thing this one time, or, oh, this won't get out of hand. Sometimes it won't, but sometimes it will. And if you're willing to, gamble with those odds, then that's on you. But just know that just because something that you think is going to go exactly as you plan, when you're talking about having to control your mind, because people, and this is not to you, OG Patrice, or to Diamond, like even just saying the P word on a channel, it was hard to not do that. So like our mouths, sometimes our minds, our bodies. So when you're having to combine all those things and say that I got to control all of it, that's not going to be easy. So I say, stay with what you know you're able to manage and stop venturing out so much, because it sometimes can be to the point of no return, and you can lose a lot of stuff. You can lose your dignity. You can lose love. And some people, you can lose your life. So that's what I would say to that. That's all for me.
All right, sis. Thank you.
All righty.
We'll pull you down. Don't go nowhere, okay?
Oh, okay.
Thanks, sis.
All right.
Love you. All right, that was our beloved sister Annie. All right, I guess Vaughn has to wants to go absolutely last. So Patrice, maybe you want to go now, and then we can move on from there.
Okay, and if you don't mind, the same questions that I asked any, I wanted to ask Vaughn. So even though I stepped down, you more than welcome to ask them, Vaughn. Answer them if you want to. I mean, mine's gonna be short and sweet regarding Adam22, because I think we all know people that live alternative lifestyles. You know, they're not living normal, natural lifestyles like most, married heterosexual couples. I mean, that just is what it is. And when you invite these alternative lifestyles and things into your marriage, whether it be for, your own, uh, what do you call them, bro Clarence? Your own fetishes, or your own uh, addiction, a love of it, or whether it's for the money or whatever. Desires. Thank you. Simple word. I couldn't think of it. Your own desires or whatever, whether it be for profit or whether it be for the love of it, or whether it be for both. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised at all that we're living in a day and a time where this is become the norm again. It's almost it's like the Sodom and Gomorrah. That's talked about biblically, right? And it's becoming the norm again, like it's very popularized, like it was back in the 80s and 90s, with that industry. So that's all I got to say about that. As long as they continue to, become wealthy off of doing these type of things, that's a whole nother song and dance that they have to dance to. They have to answer to for that. That's their business. Um, Brother Jamal Bryant is, I would say, one of the problematic pastors in our community that has wreaked havoc for a long time. We've had so many. Our community is so distraught, it's so hurt, it's so wounded because of, unfortunately, a lot of people under the religious sector. And that's why a lot of people have turned their back on religion and on the culture of organized religion, right? For one reason or the other, whether it's been church hurt or experiences that they've had where they just like, I can't do it no more. I love God. I believe in God, and I'm gonna have my own personal relationship with God. And I believe the God I serve is gonna be okay with that if I'm not physically acquiescing into organized religion anymore, right? So, and it's unfortunate that our community continues to be hurt, be torn, be dismembered, be taken advantage of by said pastors, preachers, deacons, and people in organized religion, unfortunately. And it's more of that light gets shine more on that than it does actually the good places that people are going to be fed the word, that are doing the right thing. Because I do believe, but again, they are the needles in the haystack, because of the people like Jamal Bryant that outshines the people that's the needle in the haystack, that's really the good church, that's doing the good works, that's really, about teaching the word, right, and feeding the people. So again, it's a reflection of our acceptance of wanting to be a part of something so bad that we'll just accept anything somebody tell us, and long as they look good in a suit, look good, in the outer, but no earthly good on the inside, right? Like, we tend to draw more to that. Being on social media is a prime example of that. These pastors are influencers just like content creators are. And I always say, be careful who you let and allow to influence, because that gets into your psyche and that gets into your spirit. With the pastors, really into your spirit if you are a spiritual person. And you are going to be held accountable for that. Because when you have to stand before God, Pastor Jamal Bryant ain't going to be there. See, Pastor Jamal Bryant going to have to give account of Pastor Jamal Bryant and how he led God's sheep astray. Right? So I would just say again, be very, very careful of who you continue to allow to be an influence in your life, whether it be for entertainment purposes. Because we want to now we saying religion is entertainment. Like that's, to me, that is the craziest analogy. And when I was in the religion, I literally studied and wanted to learn. I was serious about wanting to have a relationship with my creator. I didn't take that, oh, I'm being entertained. But this is where we are when it comes to religion. This is where we are when it comes to we going to church to be entertained. You could be entertained with a certain part of the music and enjoying that, but like literally it has become a business. It has become a political game, and it's become entertainment. Like this is where we are. Exactly, in the politics of it all. I really want us to really hear this conversation and really start to make wiser decisions in the choice that we make as a community, because it affects us. Are we going to continue to go to somebody because they popular, but they teaching you wrong? Like, are we going and we listening to people that is continuously getting rhetoric in our psyche and in our spirit? This is where we are when it comes to that. Just because somebody is flamboyant with words and charismatic with words, I can't. For me, you can miss me with that hypocrisy, but I digress. I'm going to land my plane there. That's just me, a person that's sitting on the outside of organized religion, looking in and seeing all the nefariousness. I digress.
All right, girl. I'm gonna pull you down. Thank you, Patrice. Don't go nowhere, huh? Don't go nowhere.
All right.
All right. Okay, Vaughn, you got the floor. Shout out to True Arts, by the way. You got the floor. You got the floor, brother.
Wow, man, what a great conversation today. I'm always honored to get up here with you, Brother Clarence.
Same here.
I just appreciate the fact that you allow me up here to even share my opinion. You know what I'm saying? As unpopular as it may be at times, but
this place would
but
not
I really
be what it would be without you and Patrice and everybody else involved. All of you guys that get involved, it wouldn't be the same place. I mean, just be me talking, and that wouldn't be.
Well, man, it's a good feeling to know that, because there's a lot of other streams and platforms that we can all visit and be a part of, and we always see the outcome of that. Sometimes we venture off and we try to, go over here and share, or go over there and share, and it just, it turns out to be, you know what I'm saying? Oftentimes, but it's a good feeling to be in a spot where you have that comfort of knowing that it's basically like family, whether we agree or disagree.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, the topic today was awesome. I wasn't really with the second half of it, because I believe in the sanctity of marriage. You see what I'm saying? And this is the problem. We don't have any sanctification in our marriage. We want to invite everybody. I wonder why we don't have longevity. But anyway, I'll just speak to that. But back to Jamal, who I have no relationship to. Can you put my name up there so they can see the subtitle there? Because I'm gonna carry that with me wherever I go. You see that, Brother Bolo? Yeah, see that right up under my name. It says Von Bryant. No relation.
I see it. I totally see it.
Yes, sir. So anyway, let me just say this in closing. And I'm not the judge, and I'm not the condemn. I'm not the condemner of anyone. The only thing I can actually do, Brother Clarence, is inspect the fruit that you bear. You are known by the fruits that you bear. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I can speak on Jamal Bryant at this point. Anytime you have a proclivity to get up and say that Jesus was wrong 85% of his life, anytime you have the unction to get up and make those type of ungodly statements. And it shows you the ignorance of the congregants because they're cackling and saying amen in the background when this is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. What do you mean 85% of his life he was wrong? What do you mean 85? It was only the last 3 years where he fulfilled it. He fulfilled it in the womb. He fulfilled it before he reached the earth. You see what I'm saying? So when we speak these type of heresies like I'm hearing, yeah, I want to get up and say something about it, and people say, well, oh, you're judging and you're doing no. Now hold on. I ain't judging anybody. I'm responding to what you said, and it's heresy. You see what I'm saying? Beware false prophets, which come in sheep's clothing. See what I'm saying? But inwardly are ravenous wolves. You see, you love their speech. You like their bling. You like how they sound. See, you're impressed by them somehow. See, because of their prestige and status. See, but they have the form of godliness, but they're denying the power thereof. So yeah, I call Brother Jamal out tonight. I'm gonna call anybody out tonight on it because it's improper. Don't get up in front of God's people and allow the enemy to open your mouth to spread false truths. Come on now. Really? 85% of Jesus' life was he was out of order?
That was the man
What are you
said.
saying? Hold on. What are you saying to the congregation? Oh, but he only accepted his call at 30. So it was only those 3 years that he really fulfilled it. Hold on. Don't you remember when he was found in the temple after his parents traveled miles and miles and left him there until they discovered him there? They had to go back to see where he was. And what did they find him doing? You see, mesmerizing the scholars, mesmerizing the doctors, mesmerizing the scribes. And when he was questioned about it, he said, well, what else did you think? Should not be doing my father's business? So come on, Jamal, you're wrong. Jesus was on the mark before he came in the womb. And with that being said, I'm going to let Bolo handle the rest of that. But yeah, that's my closing remark, brother.
Okay, brother. So I'm going to pull you down, brother. Thank you. And Vaughn is the reason why we got this. He said, hey, man, my cousin did this, thing.
Now read the name and the title below.
I could get past Bolo.
Read the name. No. Read the name and the title below, brother. Let me get close to the
Vaughn
mic.
Bryant, no relation to Jamal.
Okay, I want you to say that 3 times.
Go separate now, man.
I got it. It just
What's
slipped
up,
my
Bolo?
mind for a
What's
second.
going on, brother Bolo?
How you doing, sir? How's your cousin doing, man?
There you go. Now look again. I once was blind, but now I see. I want you to see it.
Hey,
No
man,
relation.
you're going to have to go on the run, man. We keep messing with Vaughn. We're going to have to go on the run, man. Vaughn going to come looking for us, man.
But listen, great show, man, brother Clarence.
Oh,
the
Thank
topic was off the chain today.
Absolutely,
It's
a
very
pleasure,
hard to
man.
get up and speak these truths sometimes because a lot of people want to go along to get along. And my message to brother Jamal is, if you're going to go preach to the LGBTQ community, you need to preach repentance, you need to preach salvation, and you need to preach that. You see what I'm saying? Don't go over there and be topsy-turvy now. Come on, speak the word in its entirety. So, brother, I know brother Bolo just walked in on that, but God bless you, sir.
I'm very interested in see what Bolo got to say about it too.
Can you play what he said for me, please?
I will play it, but first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring Vaughn down, man. Because if I play it with Vaughn up here, Vaughn is gonna get outrageous, man.
I'm gonna have a cool drink with some ice in it, and I'm gonna be all right though. Like the people say, I'm gonna be all right.
Hold on, Vaughn. I don't want Vaughn to tear this whole place apart. Let me look for it real quick, y'all. Let me look for it because I already took it off. Let me see here what we got here. Let's see. We got all that. Oh, here we go. Jesus was out of order. Here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. No, that's not the one I want. This is the one. Jamal Bryant, heresy exposed. There we go. Okay, hold on. Let me get everything together. Okay, Vaughn, I'm gonna pull you down, man. Hang tight. All right, let's see. Only for you, brother. Only for you. We're gonna bring it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh man. We'll see if you agree, man. Maybe you agree with Brother Jamal, man. When we bring him up and we see. Let's see. We gotta wait for that. We don't got big money like they do at the Village, man. They got big money. They can just go pop
Please, we got commercials too, brother.
They can pass by all these ads, man. We just simple. All right, here we go, brother. We're gonna play. This is another brother called Nick Jones, and he is going to be reacting to Jamal Bryant saying that Jamal Bryant says that Jesus was wrong 85% of the time of his life.
Wow. About Pastor Jamal Bryant in a very long time. I think the last time I talked about him was when he was saying that he wanted to like sell drugs in order to fund church activities and like, business ventures and stuff like that. It's in an interview. He said it. I didn't say it. I'm not making this up. He said that. Anyway, I saw this clip on TikTok, and I think I'm just going to have to play the clip because there's really no way for me to explain what he said. So just listen to this clip. I know the audio is a little bit low, but let's just get into the clip. All right, let's go.
That 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
You hear what he said? I know it's low. He said 85% of Jesus's life, he was out of order.
Percent of Jesus's life, he was out of order. "85% of his life, he was doing what he was not called to do." God, y'all done got quiet.
85% of his life, Jesus was doing what he was not called to do. Go on.
For 85% of his life, he was not flowing in his God-given function. 85% of his life, he is doing what his natural father wanted. But it did not line up with his divine DNA.
All right, brother. What do you think?
Wow. Well, well, I did come in on the ending of you guys, OG Patrice and Nate talking. And again, the Lord tells us to be mindful of how we judge people, because we do judge people. Okay? So when people say that we don't judge, that's wrong. We do judge. We make a judgment call every day. When you punish your child for doing something wrong, that's a judgment call. When you tell a brother don't sell drugs, you tell a brother don't beat his wife, tell a wife don't act, that's a judgment call. You're making a judgment call. Our thing is not to condemn, right? That there is no chance of them getting right or, finding salvation or being saved, right?
Right.
So we have to be mindful of the judgment that we do put on people, right? And there are certain judgments that are harsher than others, right? There are certain judgments that, that are harsher than others. So we have to agree with that. When we're talking about God coming down in the flesh, Christ, there's one thing that the scripture says that you cannot be forgiven for. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit, my G.
Okay.
That there is no forgiveness for. So, I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of Nate. If we know Christ to be God in the flesh, and you're telling me that Christ 15% of his life was off. 15%. Christ saying that I was there in the beginning. The Father and I are one. Okay? You blaspheming the Holy Spirit, brother. Now, again, I'm man. So, I don't have the power to condemn. But damn it, I do have the power to say you out of your damn mind. I do have the power to say that. Your damn mind. And maybe I'm just a little bit too forward with my words, and I know that sometimes I am. I've been told I have.
Why is he out of his mind? Bolo, why is he out of his mind? Why?
Because you're saying that God was 15% off.
Well, he said he was 85% off. He said he was 15% in the right.
No, he didn't say 85% he was on. He said 85% of his life he was on.
No, you misheard him. He said 85% of his life he was not doing what God wanted him to do.
He's out of, not just is he out of his mind, he's out of his cotton picking mind. Give me a sound. I stand corrected. He's out of his cotton picking mind. And this is the thing. This is what's mind boggling. Again, and they brought it out.
Okay.
The Lord may be using him to sift everyone out.
Could be.
It's the parishioners. It's the parishioners. The people that are supposed to sit down and listen to what this guy is saying and match it up in the scriptures to make sure that what he's saying matches.
Yeah.
Not just to blindly follow. Right? Because at the end of the day, your salvation is not based on him. It's based on your relationship with the Lord, not his. Okay. So when you hear these people back on, go ahead, you speak. Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead. My G, you're blaspheming the Holy Spirit. And that's the one thing that there is no forgiveness for. That's the one thing there is no forgiveness for. Is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. So when you sit there and say God, because Christ is God, Christ said it to the Pharisees and Sadducees. Before there was Abraham, I am. He said it. You're saying that 85% of his life he was off?
That's what the man said.
85%?
85.
That's the point. 85. Wow. That's the point. And said it twice. He didn't just say it once like if he made a mistake. He said it twice.
Yeah. I just ain't got time to play the whole clip, but yeah, that's basically
no, it's all good. I'm gonna look for it. Listen, as man we sin. As man we mess up. As man, we'll see something and we'll build upon it or build around it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we're fallible. We're fallible in that way. But when we talk about Christ, we're not talking about a mere man. We're not talking about any man, brother. We're talking about the God that brought salvation to the world.
I'm with you, brother.
The God that died. So when this guy with the whole crowd is saying that 85% of Christ's life, he was off. Bryant said it too. You got to be aware of these false prophets, these false guys that are coming in the name of Christ and teaching.
Yeah, Patrice.
This is why the Lord. But this is the purpose of us reading every morning. That was one of the reasons why we decided to read the Bible every day in the morning. And it's not an easy task to do. Why? To get your eyes off man and to put your eyes on the Lord. Period. The hell with Bolo. Focus on him. Focus on the Lord. That's the point. Get your eyes off man, because man sometimes can understand something wrong. And they can come and say, hey, I've been wrong plenty of times. So when Brother Clarence come and say, oh, Bolo, you was off. What was I off on, bro? Well, this, that, and the third. Let me go back and marinate on it. Come back. Yeah, you were right. I was off. Let me get back. Like I used to say all the time on the channel, take 10 or 15 minutes to spend with the Lord. I was so often saying that. I apologize for 2-3 days straight. Take 10 to 15 minutes to spend with the Lord. Hell no. Spend all day with him. Spend all day with him. He ain't your friend that you haven't seen in 15 years. This is the one that you cry to when things happen. This is the one that you pray to when your child is sick. Now you need to have a relationship with him. So you have to beware. This is why we say relationship is important, because if you had a relationship with the Lord, someone would have stood up in there and said, hold on, G. What did you just say? Someone has stood up. But because no one is listening, because no one is following the Lord and everyone is following man, I think OG said that, you get caught up. So that when this dude says something, it sounds real deep. It's as deep as your pockets with a hole in it. That's blasphemous right there, brother. That's blasphemous. Mm-hmm. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. That's blaspheming the Comforter. That's blaspheming the Creator. That's blaspheming our Lord and Savior. So you have to say it like this so that you understand the ramifications of what's being said and what can flow into your spirit and what can damn you.
Now that
this can
is
damn
problem.
you. That can damn you. Absolutely. Because what you let into your spirit, now it grows and it festers and it becomes something. It molds. This is the thing. This thing right here, as we say, we can't condemn you. This can. Because you're saying our Lord, the one that stood and created all of this, the one that said before anything, I am. The one that said I look to the left and look to the right and there is no seats next to me. So I raise my hand to heaven and say I'm the man. The one that put the breath of life in Adam. The one that shed his life for you and me was off 85% of his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they should have took whatever school he went to get his theologian's doctrine. They should take it. They should take it. Because here's the thing that you really need to think about. Because being a person in the scriptures, it's a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. Because when you're in the scriptures, you think too much. This dude wrote a thesis. Before he came to preach that, he sat down and went through everything he could find to boast his point.
Wow.
And sat there and said, today I'm going to talk about Christ being off 85%. He didn't just freestyle it. Bro, see, he didn't freestyle it. He sat down with his glasses at his desk. He had all of his books open, the coordinates. He had all these things open, and he went searching. He went searching or didn't.
Hey man, I'm starting to get the idea that you ain't with this whole 85% thing.
Duke, listen, man. Again, forgive me. Duke should be flogged. He should be flogged. I'd rather you say Christ don't exist. I'd rather you say Jesus don't exist. This is me personally speaking as man. I'd rather you say he doesn't exist, because then that takes all admission of you saying that he was off out of the picture. You just don't believe. But for you to sit there and say that the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the great I am, the creator, the Alpha and Omega was off.
Yeah.
You ain't even giving 50%. You ain't even say 50% he was on. I thought he meant 15% he was off. He said 85%. He was off. I will go see it. This dude deserves to be fucked, bro. For real.
Hey,
you don't do it.
You better not play this on the Village, man. They might run you out of there.
Now you're gonna yeah, I'm gonna play on the Village now. Now I'm gonna go play it, man.
I'm watching that.
They might.
Episode, I won't watch it, man.
The point of the matter is, this is the thing that needs to be shown, because this is just the beginning. We haven't found the pastors and the preachers that are able to make miracles come out the sky yet.
Yeah.
These guys are getting caught up on just words. That hasn't happened yet, bro. See?
Yeah.
So if you think the scripture says, if it was able, the very elect would be fooled. if the Lord didn't shield their eyes and their heart. This dude right here is the beginning of it, and they're caught up. So this goes to show you that if you don't have a relationship with him, and Ane says this all the time pertaining to discernment, how are you able to navigate through this world? Discernment is so important because the Lord is what opens up your eyes through the lens, through his vision, to give you the wherewithal to navigate through this wicked world. It's not the sight of man. The sight of man is fallible, but it's the vision of God. You to fall into this, and everybody, no one say nothing. No one says, yo, hold on, G. You just blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. You know,
I don't think you understand how serious this is.
You know who else was there in the house, didn't say a word?
Who?
Brother Marvin Sapp was sitting right there.
Who?
Didn't say a word. Didn't say a word.
Come on. Bro, listen, you're starting to see what we're starting to see. We had this conversation Friday. And what you're starting to see is Satan, this is not a war against flesh and blood. This is not a war against black and white. This is not a war against women and men. This is a war against spiritual wickedness in high places that are using these things to deter you, to keep you from focusing on the Father, to keep you from having a relationship with your Lord and Savior for that day.
Yeah.
Because Noah's Ark is coming back. The Passover is coming back. If you do not have a relationship with him, you will die. That I can say.
Yeah.
The Lord is the same yesterday, today, and forever. He doesn't change. You saw it happen with Noah. You saw it happen with the Passover. You saw it happen with Sodom and Gomorrah. He does not change. So please, form a relationship with him. Open up the book and read it yourself. So if someone says something to you like, Bolo, if I say something wrong, you're able to call me up and say, Bolo, what you said was wrong. It was off. Well, what did I say? Well, this right here. Well, you know what? Let me go back and look at it. You could be right. I'm man. I'm fallible. I could be open to interpreting or reading something wrong. Don't follow man. Christ was on point before he was ever in the womb. What doesn't make sense to me, if Christ tells you, I knew you before you were in the womb. This is what God tells you. If I knew you before you were in the womb, what makes you think he doesn't know himself? I don't understand these people, how they don't open up the book and read it. Because they're putting their faith in another man.
Brother. They following the personality. You know, the personality is so inviting, and the personality is much more flexible than the book. The book is not flexible. Right.
Absolutely.
But the person is like Vaughn was saying, he had apologized to the LGBT community for what the church had done to the, you know, all of the statements and the aggressiveness, I guess, that the church had done to the LGBT community. Jamal Bryant took it upon himself to apologize for the whole entire Christian community, right? For what they did and the things that they said and hate speech and all of that, quote unquote. So I'm just saying that, see, this person, he's more flexible than if we were to go just by what's written down here. Right. Yikes, right?
Absolutely.
That's how they get caught up, brother.
My responses to that, man, when people say things, I say, listen, man, if you got a problem with it, praying, go to God. I ain't write it. All I'm doing is messaging. I'm a messenger, so I'm going to message. If you got a problem with what's being said, which is cool. Sometimes I have a problem with what's being written. And I got to go to the Father and say, damn, Lord, this is crazy. Really? And he'll say, yeah, really. At the end of the day, if you got a problem, you all have access to him. You don't have to go through Brother Clarence. You don't have to go through Bolo. You don't have to go through Ane or Von Bryant or OG Patrice. You don't have to go through none of us. You can go get on your knees and ask him, Lord, why did you put this here? And I'm sure he'll answer you somehow, some way. I'm sure. This is why they said don't kill a messenger. Because you can't mess with the message, so you kill the messenger. Yes, go straight to the source, my G. Go to him. We all got cell phones that dial directly to him. You ain't got to use my plan. You got your own plan. Call him. Have a conversation with them. Sit down, get some tea, close everything and be in a still place and have a conversation with him. Lord, why did you write this? Why is it? And he'll explain it to you in his own way, if he decides. But at the end of the day, for someone to sit there and say that Christ was off 85% of the time of his life, you blaspheme the Holy Spirit. This is why, listen, look at this. Remember what he said about Judas? It was better that Judas had not been born.
Ouch. Ouch.
Why? Ouch. It's better that Judas had not been born. Why? He blasphemed the Holy Spirit, my G. You blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Now, these men are supposed to know who God is. They choose to conform themselves to the world, right? Just like you said. The book doesn't move, but man does. So you're making a conscious decision to say, let me say that God did this. Let me say, even though the Lord tells you, do not take away from these words, or I'll take away your part from the gifts in heaven. But if you do add, I'll add the plagues to you. He does say that in Revelations, I believe 21. And then ends the book. All right, guys, be blessed. Peace. So you're purposely saying, good God, I'd rather you lie on me. I'd rather you say, you know, Bolo, he's bald, even though he wears a wig. He be lying to you, telling you that he puts nice hair product in his hair. I'd rather you lie on me than you lie on the man.
Hey, can I tell a lie on Bolo? Bolo will call you right back. If you call Bolo right now, he'll call you right back. He will answer your text right away. How about that one?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're going to get a phone call tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock.
What's wrong with these people?
I know I helped you guys.
They don't know. I love them anyway. They ain't nothing they can do about it. They done. I love them anyway. All right, brother, we gotta. Go ahead.
I know. I'm gonna be out. Listen, this is gonna be my last words, guys. The last word I'm gonna say to you is, guys, sheep will always be led to the slaughter. Always be led to the slaughter. Christ tells you, form a relationship with him, an intimate relationship. Open up your eyes and your ears and get with the Father. Every man, every woman, every child has the option of dealing with Christ. You don't have to go through any man or any woman. You could go directly to him. Open up your book and read it. Stop just adhering to what these guys and these gals are saying that are not speaking from the scripture. Because your salvation, your life depends on it. Absolutely. Brother C, thank you for having me. I have one question to ask you before I go.
What's that?
One question to ask you before I break out.
Okay.
Have you cleaned the belt? Have you cleaned the belt?
I need my headphones. I'm on headphones. I can't. It's coming in. Bolo, you breaking up. What did you say? You breaking up. You breaking up, brother. Don't worry. We're gonna get to the real deal. Okay. We got a few more things we gotta take care of, and then we're gonna get to the real deal. Because the people want to know: is Bolo a fluke? Did he just get a one-off? Right? Is he a fluke? Is he for real? The people want to know.
Listen, I could be a fluke. I could be.
You could be a fluke,
but brother, thank you for having me.
As
I
always,
could be.
brother. Anytime, this is your home as well. You always have a seat at the table here. Anytime you want to come up here. So appreciate you, man, for coming up and dropping some jewels. I need to cut that up because that's some very good information, man. You too, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo at the Village over there, get over there, subscribe to the Bolo TV and the Village right away, man. Good vibes, good people, man, and good knowledge. Oh my gosh, man, came through real quick, man. Shout out to Bolo, man, and everybody over there at the Village. Check them out. They're gonna get even deeper in depth, and they're gonna use the word, the book. We were just analyzing and a little bit about the book, but it was more of a just a logic exercise we were doing here today. But when you go over to the Village, they will use scripture to back up their positions over there as well. in more than we did here. So, all right, y'all. Patrice's already getting me from the back chat. They don't take too long, Clarence. Okay, I'm gonna try not to. Man. All right, here we go, y'all. How did we do, y'all? We talked about Jamal Bryant. As you see, Bolo came up here and kind of blew that up. He was like, yeah, 15% he did bad. Well, that's not the. I said, no, brother. He said 85% he did it. What? Remember the old show, Wait Till Your Father Comes Home, and they tell him something real crazy. His hat would fly off and say, hey, what? He's like, what? I can't believe it. He said, man, this is insane. I said, yeah, brother, we were just talking about it, man. It's crazy. Shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant's the one that sent me that this morning, man. Shout out to Von. I was like, oh, no, we got to talk about this, man. All right, we talked about Jamal Bryant. He said, Jesus, now, granted, this is 3 years ago. Does he hold the same position? I don't know. But this is from 3 years ago, actually 4 years ago, 2019, right? 4 years ago, the man said Jesus spent 85% of his time not on the mission, not on the job, right? Gold bricking, basically what he was calling Jesus a gold brick, right? He out there gold bricking, hanging out, doing whatever, He's out there trying to be a carpenter and instead of doing his work. But what he don't say in the clip, well, what he did say, if you look at the total clip on TikTok, go to TikTok and look at the clip, you'll see where he said that, I don't know what Jesus was doing most of the time. He admitted that from the beginning. But just the fact that he even said that Jesus was 85% off the time, how do you know? How do you know? That's why we can't take people at their surface level, man. When they start talking, we can't take them at the surface level, man. We gotta dig a little deeper. And so when Bolo was talking about having a relationship with the Lord, see, it's better to know, at least start with these books, know a little something about these books and how they flow, so that when somebody's saying something crazy, man, I remember so many times I've been in the mosque, man, where we had somebody on the rostrum that just start talking. He was doing good, and then all of a sudden he just start going left. Right? He started talking crazy, man. We just rush him off the stage. We just get him off the rostrum, right? Because what happens is, like Bolo was saying, man, you spread that, you infect other people, right? And they may pick up that type of thinking, and then next thing you know, man, it's chaotic. Now we ain't even on the real thing here. We on some other made up stuff that some other dudes got started, and next thing you know, now we on some whole other thinking, right? Instead of following Islam, we following this, or instead of we following Christianity, we following this, or with the Judaism, we following some other man who was at the podium, who sound good, look good, smell good. Remember, y'all need to read that book, The Epic of Gilgamesh. Read that book, The Epic of Gilgamesh. Gonna tell you all this stuff, right? Yeah. All right, y'all. So we talked about Jamal Bryant and Jesus not being on the game. Then we talked about Adam22. Now, we didn't really get into Adam22 like I wanted to. We were still stuck at the surface level, which was the sex. What I really wanted to get into was the deeper part, which is the breaking of the vows. That's what I really wanted to get into, and what can you do to deal with breaking of the vows? Because a lot of men and women are going through that situation, right? Not that particular situation, but the situation where a third party has gotten involved, and now they're thinking, "Oh, what should I do?" Right? So somebody said, "Just leave," right? But sometimes it ain't that easy. You got children involved, you got assets involved, you got a lot of other different things going on, right? You got a lot of other things going on, right? So it depends on, thank you, Sister Annie. It depends on the situation, right? And how much you got invested in, and then ultimately, see, because if you break the whole family up, sometimes the ones that really gonna suffer is the children. They got nothing to do with nothing. So should you stay in a situation and try to make it work? for yourself, you might not be doing it for yourself. You might be doing it for these kids to keep these kids in a situation that's good enough for them to get through high school, get through college, whatever. And then once they out, maybe that's when the door is open, right? I mean, it depends. Some people do stuff so egregious, even with the kids and everything. You gotta walk out the door. But that's where I want to go with the Adam22 thing, is actually deciding when it's time, when it's too much, when is the line been crossed in a relationship where you can walk out that door. Anyway, we'll get back to that we'll talk about that on another topic. Okay, I got to get going, y'all. It's almost 5 hours, man. Okay, so we got to shut it down. First of all, let's do the rundown. In the chat was where it's at, man. The chat was good, always, as usual. We got Reese O'Neal out there, our resident sniper, M. Mills, our other sniper, resident sniper, man. We got 2 of the best snipers out there, man. They ain't gonna let nothing get past them. So, hey, man, people get put down that's over here trying to play games. But shout out to the chat. Very strong performance, very solid at that. It's solid, very, very solid in the chat. And I think, I'll get to that later. But anyway, so yeah, shout out to the chat. Very solid performance as always, very solid. Let's get to the stage. Who's on the stage? What about Brother Bolo? Brother Bolo stepped up here a little while, came in. Hey, Clarence, what y'all talking about? Oh, we talking about Jamal Bryant. Let me show you a little clip. Okay. Oh man, then Bolo says, oh man, that's a shame, man. He said that 15% of the time, Jesus was off, man. That's terrible. And I said, no, Bolo. He didn't say 15% of the time he was off. He said 85% of the time he was off. What? What? That's blasphemy. That's heresy, right? Mel says, once he got a good understanding, he was like, oh, now I see why Bond was tearing the walls apart. I see now. Oh, man. But shout out to Brother Bolo, man. But what do you think? Drop some jewels in just a few minutes, man. It's hard for Bolo, right? Because Bolo, once the spirit gets flowing, I know how it is. Once the spirit gets flowing in you, man, you want to just drop everything that you got in you because you know that cup is going to get filled up. So you just want to empty it, right? But sometimes it's hard for us. We gotta hold that in because time constraints and the people when you're talking about good stuff, the people only bring a small little cup. Now when I start talking about polite and I'm breaking that down, people bring these big old super big gulps to the party, right? They bring these super big gulps to the party. All right, let's see. Okay, Sister Annie. What else? Bolo. Yeah, Bolo. What do you think about Bolo, man? Great job, man. I might have to cut a lot of what he said up, man, because it's good information, man. He dropped some real good information in a short period of time. Shout out to Brother Bolo. Glad to have you step over here, brother. All right, Bolo, I'm going to give him a very strong performance, very strong, very solid performance, as always. Let me move on because we got to go. Time constraints, y'all. All right, let's see. Who else was on stage? Diamond X. How do y'all think Diamond X did, man? Diamond X, he's like, hey, man, I like Adam22 in his situation, and that's all good. But, black is black, and that's that, right? Shout out to Diamond, man. Good brother, man. Good brother. He cammed up for us, man. Shout out to Diamond. Cammed up for us. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, very solid performance. Solid performance from Diamond. Very strong, as always. Very, very strong, as always. Who else on stage? Patrice. OG Patrice, y'all, right? OG Patrice came on, and as always, solid performance as always. Very solid, very strong performance, right? You know what I mean? If I can just get Patrice to stop interrupting people, man, that's what we would really get somewhere, because she gonna get her point across anyway. just let the person set up the argument. You're going to probably win, Patrice, if you just let them set the argument up. Anyway, but Patrice, what do you think about Patrice? Very solid, very knowledgeable lady, very solid, man. Very solid performance. She said, I can still hear you. Very solid performance as always, man. I'm glad I got people like Patrice and Annie and Risa, people that'll come up here and come on the stage as sisters, especially, and because that shows other sisters, man, that we are, we progressive in our thinking, man, and we just, even though we might disagree with each other or whatever, we still got love for each other, and we not gonna. And it ain't gonna be no about insults and all that stuff. We just gonna disagree. We just gonna agree to disagree, go our separate ways. And Patrice gonna flood my box again. That's why I was talking about that the news story I talked about, the sister where she hit me about twice for that. Said, "Got to talk about this with C." I said, "Okay." So we tried to bring it up today, and luckily the sister came home. So hopefully she's okay. They say she's all right, but and inspect her medically, and then we'll see what's going on. Then when she starts telling her story, we'll see what's going on. All right, let's see. That was Patrice. Very solid performance. Very solid, very strong, as always. What about Rico Young? Rico Young came on, maiden voyage, not maiden voyage, but he hadn't been out here, hadn't gone to sea with us in a little while. But did okay, man. Did good, right? I thought he was going to get all belted up, but he had somewhere else to go, so he saved it for them. So now he was pretty much on point with us today. But he made a lot of good points, man. And I wanted to get his perspective because he's a quote unquote non-believer or not that. I think Rico believes in a higher power, but he's just not a a structured church type dude. You know what I mean? Where I think he believes in a higher power, but he's just not like I got to be in this. I got to go to church and I got to go do this and I got to. I think he's more just like, hey, look, I got a personal relationship, and that's good enough for me. So shout out to Rico Young, man, but he definitely laced us with some jewels tonight as well. Shout out to Brother Rico. Strong performance as always, very, very solid. And shout out to Rico. Who else was on the stage? Von Bryant, right? Von Bryant, man, when you start talking about the Lords, man, Von Bryant, man, I can see Von tightening up them gloves, putting them gloves on, man. So shout out to Von. Von said, what? Von did like Bolo, right? 85% of the time, Jesus was off. What? Hat goes flying off the head, right? Yeah, but with Von, hit all the points, man. Very good, very solid dude, man. So he hit all the points, man, and he tells you his opinion, right? He feels some type of way about Von Bryant sneaking up on the LGBT community, right? But hey, that's okay. We all got our own opinion, right? I'm just saying, hey, I don't know what his ultimate motive is, but I know that people are going to try to get up next to whoever some different kind of ways. So I understand that, but long as you're not out there saying, hey, look, this is the best way to go, then I got to at least give you a little space, right? But I know Vaughn is just like the same way, where he's just like, well, you do your thing, but I'm gonna do my thing. But but I'm not gonna give you a pass on this here, right? But shout out to Vaughn. But anyway, a solid dude as always, man. Very solid, very strong positions on today. What about Brother Hink? Hink 75, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Hink 75, get on out there and subscribe to Hink 75, man. Good content creator, man. You don't always agree with me, but we don't always agree with each other. But he is a good dude, very solid young man. But he came through. He had some remarks. He couldn't stay because he had another engagement, but he did well. I'm sorry about them helicopters, y'all. I'm in the hood, man. You know how it is, man. We got ghetto birds out here, so it is what it is. Anyway, but shout out to Hink. Very solid, very strong performance. And of course, last but not least, my sister Annie came through. Excuse me, I'm coming up there, right? Excuse me, right? He came up here, right? She was like, man, I've been, but bro, see what's going on, man. I've been, I've been taken out of the game. So we had to go back, follow up, get her back in the game. But now she's back in the game. She started making up for lost time, right? I had to give her the super duper solid performance, man. Very super duper, very strong performance. Very super duper strong performance. Shout out to Sister Annie, man, because she came back with a vengeance, man, in that chat, man. Shout out to her. Glad to have her back. All right, y'all. That's everybody that did. Oh, a very solid performances. Okay, so that's everybody that came on the stage today. Everybody in the chat. We did a great job. Everybody did a great job, man. It was tough topics to really talk about. Flippantly, man. It was really, touchy topics. But I think we handled it okay. All right, so we will be back next week. I don't know if it's going to be Tuesday or Thursday. I think it will be Thursday, if I'm not sure. If I'm not mistaken, it will be Thursday. And then we'll come back and we'll do it all over again, y'all. All right, love y'all. See y'all later. And absolutely. Oh, thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate it. I'll try. All right, and we will see y'all on Thursday. All right, peace.